room. My name is Raquel Gatto. I'm the Vice President for the Internet Society Brazil chapter. And I have the pleasure here to have the President of the Internet Society Brazil chapter, Isaac Brazil, Flávio Wagner, on site. And online I have my colleagues who are going also to present in this session. Ana Paula Camelo from CEPI FGV. Ana, welcome. And also online, I have the pleasure to co-moderate this session with Pedro Lana, our director from Isaac Brazil. I also want to acknowledge Laurie Schippers, who is online and is our rapporteur, as well as other members from Isaac Brazil who are on site. Thank you very much for everyone joining. So without further ado, I just want to, as my role as moderator, I'm just going to give a little bit of context in terms of why this is one of the topics that Internet Society is tackling. First of all, in the flow of the global vision that Internet Society is putting forward. Then I will have Flavio presenting about the Brazilian situation, the Brazilian scenario, and how we are going to tackle the research. And then Ana is going to give us the nitty-gritty detailed version of this project, and then I'm opening up for questions. So we have 45 minutes to go all through. So let me just start by saying, so the question that was put on the table by the Internet Society, the international organization, is, what is the biggest threat for the internet? This is such a simple question in a way, but with very complex answers. And it's interesting because there was one big concern that arises from the answers that were collected. And the answer is splinternet. I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with that, but splinternet is when you don't have the network of networks. The internet is made of these smaller networks, voluntary adoption of a common protocol, TCP/IP, that makes the internet of the networks of the networks, the internet working, open, global, secure, trustworthy internet. And when it comes to the threats to divide it, to fragment the internet, there are multiple ways it can take place. From political view, let's say jurisdiction issues, it might be from digital sovereignty issues, digital national security issues, from technical challenges, infrastructure challenges. But in all of those, there is a pre-question, which is, what makes the internet, and what we are going to protect from not being divided, from not being splitted. So the Internet Society started precisely to define what are those fundamental characteristics, the principles, the main values for the internet to be what it is. And it published a policy brief back in 2019, sorry. And then it followed up with an impact assessment toolkit. So it's not only about describing what it is, to keep it open, globally connected, secure and trustworthy internet, but it is also about how you can assess what is going on in your country, in your region, and so on. And then there are now the chapters and the global community is taking up and is creating these impact briefs, which are basically documents taking one case study. For example, in Brazil, we had one case study about a proposal for a bill, for a law regarding content moderation. So, and fake news. So that's one of the the examples of those impact briefs that are being populated in this main project. So taking this lead on, so here's the biggest threat, here's what we want to protect, then what are the main overarching themes that we are seeing this in the public discourse. So first of all, you have internet fragmentation, right? It is by nature an ISOC DNA to take the technical considerations for internet fragmentation. So it's when the internet is no longer, for example, using a common protocol, when the internet, those smaller networks are not connected to the whole internet and so on. But then it needs to be recognized that there are other forms being discussed, including here at the IGF, the policy network on internet fragmentation is also taking up on the other concepts for internet fragmentation, which will take also the user experience in the sense and the governance. The internet governance fragmentation, right? But we are not going to go for deep dive on those yet, but just to acknowledge that there is this overlapping between internet fragmentation and digital sovereignty, whereas digital sovereignty is one of the conditions, one of the situations where internet fragmentation is taking place or risks to take place. And then I come to the main topic of the session today, which is digital sovereignty and all the different definitions also that you can take in this sense that digital sovereignty is a political view when we take up the nation-state concept. It can be a technological matter when we are talking about the appropriation for example, in developing countries to be more of producers than just receivers. It is also an economic issue, and it is also a power struggle in historical terms for new shapes of digital colonialism. But this is something just as an overview that we wanted to bring in terms of how it has evolved the discussions in terms of assessing the risks for the internet, getting it to understand what is the internet that we want to protect and what are the shapes that is taking place in these discussions on the internet ecosystem. And then I'm going to give the floor next to Flavio, who is going to tell us how this is taking place in a Brazil scenario. Thank you very much, Flavio.
Thank you, Raquel. So, hi everybody. Nice to have you with us here this morning in Japan. So, Brazil is a very large country, one of the 10 largest economies in the world, with strong industry in various sectors. And also in the digital realm, Brazil has a lot to show. And because of this context, Brazil, along the time, has proposed and implemented various local regulations regarding the internet. For instance, the so-called Marco Civil, the Internet Bill of Rights, which was approved in 2014, setting a whole set of rights, principles. It's a principle-based law. Later on, in 2019, we approved our privacy law, very similar to the GDPR, for instance, in the European Union. And these laws are very compatible with international standards regarding rights and duties. There are many other discussions going on in Brazil. There are regulatory proposals being discussed in the National Congress, such as the Artificial Intelligence Bill, the Fake News Bill for content moderation. There are many discussions in the country regarding local law on cybersecurity, various discussions on dimensions of platform regulation, not only the question of content moderation and fighting disinformation, but also economic issues. And in There are open discussions, not all already in the form of bills in the Congress, but discussions about data sovereignty. This was a large discussion when we approved the Marco Civil many years ago, for instance, on data localization. So these are discussions that come again and again in the country. And the term digital sovereignty is increasingly cited in Brazilian legislative bills and in public documents. If we take, for instance, current discussions on platform regulation and cybersecurity proposals, they include explicitly sovereignty as a strong motivation for the proposal of bills. But of course, this is a question, it's not only a problem in Brazil, but it's overall that there is no clear or shared definition of what sovereignty means. There are many flavors of sovereignty. For instance, the economic issue, as Raquel has presented before, the technological question, the data sovereignty, and so on. So, which was then our proposal? The next slide, please. Yeah, we partnered the Brazilian chapter of the Internet Society. We partnered with CEPI, it's a research center at the FGV, a very prestigious academic institution in Brazil, to develop a project which is partly funded by Internet Society Foundation. It started about 1 year ago, and it's going on. And the main project objectives is to qualify the academic and public policy debate on sovereignty, and starting with an analysis of the Brazilian context, explore all the social technical dimensions of this debate and its technological and legal challenges. And because there are so many flavors of sovereignty, and sovereignty is invoked for various proposals in the country and elsewhere, we try to identify notions of sovereignty built from various stakeholders' narratives from various sectors, taking into account the legal, social, economic, and political implications, and trying to connect this analysis of the Brazilian context, connect not only to the local level, but also to the regional and global levels. So, as concrete goals, the project aims to map and discuss, first, whether and in which sectors the discussion on digital sovereignty has emerged as a trend, which, in second place, which narratives have guided this debate in an attempt to secure public support, and based on which justifications. So why is sovereignty being used as a motivation to secure public support for various proposals that are going on in Brazil? How, then in third place, how the relationship between digital sovereignty and the internet takes place in the Brazilian debate? And the final goal is how the creation or change of policies and legislative instruments are linked to these narratives from the various sectors implies local and global challenges, both in technical and political and social terms. As Raquel said, one of the global challenge we have is how we can avoid fragmentation and in sometimes some regulatory proposals or legislative proposals motivated by a fair claim of digital sovereignty may have unintended consequences for the fundamental characteristics of the internet, and we are trying to explore those relationships. So now I go to pass to Anna, which is online, and will continue this presentation.
Thank you, Flavio. Thank you, Raquel, for introducing the broad and the Brazilian context that creates the great opportunity of our research. And I may say I could be with you in YouTube, but I'm glad that we have this online tool and participation that allows me to be with you from São Paulo. So hello to everybody that is attending, and thank you for your time as well. As mentioned before, the digital sovereignty term is increasingly cited in the Brazilian legislative bills and other public documents but without a clear shared definition, this is something that we are willing to work and deep our discussions. It creates for us as academic researchers a great and important opportunity to identify and relate with understandings, as Flavio has mentioned just before. And most cases refer to digital sovereignty related to internet, we are also open and interested to connect our local impacts and discussions to the global challenges. Being here is a great opportunity regarding our project related to this. So to achieve our, if you could go to the next slide, Raquel, thank you. To achieve the goals and the objectives mentioned, research is based on three main sources of data and information. First, I highlight the desk research to collect public documents and other types of publications from different sectors and to map narratives and stakeholders involved in Brazilian debates. This is our main base, the base of our research. The database built with all the documents collected has been studied for thematic analysis, and we want to identify the narratives that are at play, who has been part of this discussion, which instruments are considered, and for what reason. In the end of the project, we will share an impact brief and other documents showing all these relations and all the results of this goal. Alongside this effort, we have a study group on digital sovereignty and internet governance topics that happen monthly, and we have conducted several interviews with experts and researchers to advance some of these debates. I must say some of our colleagues are there with you in Kyoto, and other here online attending this panel, so they are also welcome to join the discussion later. Then I can summarize this as our main methodological approach regarding the research. Now we are almost reaching the 1 year project milestone, as Flavio mentioned, and our conversations and even the study group, I must say, they started even before the project. And we are going to important and second phase of the project. You can go one slide, another slide, please, Raquel. Here you can see our project timeline to have as a reference. The preliminary results I will share in the next slide are based mainly on this great effort of the first year. So considering the documents mapping and the interviews and also the conversations and the discussions with researchers and experts. And we are very excited that soon we'll begin an open and free online training course exploring the digital sovereignty issues, some topics that we discussed and collected during the research. This is the third experience of this kind of course that CEP and ISOC Brazil has powered together, and it works with public calls for applicants that we want to attend the course. And the students, the participants are selected based on gender, race, sector, professions, regionals, diversity we want, and we try to make a very diverse public to join the initiative with us. We are also working a lot to have public agents and also journalists with us, so we can expand and help them to reflect the theme in their daily activities. The course will be based on record lectures, suggested bibliography, and discussions activities. And if you have interest in the end, all the content and all the videos and the material will be shared at ISOC webpage, ISOC Brazil and CEP's webpage. So it will be also open content to everybody that has interest in this theme. And also focused on community outreach, we'll have webinars, public events, and the impact brief that I has mentioned that will be launched in the end of the project. So if we'll share with you the news, you can follow us and you can know the updates about the project. But I cannot stop end my participation here without talking about the main results until now that we have in the research. With the literature, the desk research with the literature review, it brings us main challenges regarding the theme, and mainly considering compatibility between traditional sovereignty of states and open and borderless nature of the internet, as Raquel has mentioned. But many of the concepts and the impacts discussed from the global north do not necessarily apply to the reality of the global south. So it's a very important space for us to discuss our perspectives, our realities, and to connect all these agendas. Our mapping effort is an ongoing task due to the theme relevance nowadays in the country. And by now we have more than 245 documents gathered and analyzed, as I mentioned, regarding our methodological approach. And this database contains bills, laws, reports for different instances, and also news articles, media articles that helps us to understand how the theme, the digital sovereignty, has been an important issue in the Brazilian context. Since the beginning of the mapping, it's also possible to verify and to discuss that using the term digital sovereignty did not provide us meaningful results when we use this as a keyword. Then we needed to amplify our strategy and look for themes that were related to the thematic, but sometimes without the explicit use of the term, so we could reach more publications that are connected to the agenda. And after this, multiple and diverse understandings are at stake, and we bring them to some main context, some main understandings that it's important to share with you, that are relations between digital sovereignty and self-determination, data self-determination, states' power to regulate, jurisdiction, technological or scientific development, national security, open source softwares, among others. So it's just to highlight some of the key themes related to the discussion, but there are more. These are the main ones. And regarding the 15 semi-structured interviews that we carried out, they confirm some of the results we has collected and analyzed from the desk research. And the main one is that only one interview indicated that he understood and he saw he could identify consensus about the definitions of digital sovereignty in Brazil, and he associated it to the governance and to the government and to the society capacity to rule the development of the country and to use digital technology to collect data. But he was the only one. The other 14 interviewees, they shared different perceptions, and all of them were very clear, saying we don't have still a consensus. We don't have a common, a shared definition or a shared understanding about it, but many of them associated to artificial intelligence and to misinformation, fake news agenda, as the context Flavio shared in the beginning of his presentation shows. So the interviews, they also provide us with very different perspectives, related to political, legal, and technical lenses, as Raquel mentioned. And it's interesting to say that they related at the same time the digital sovereignty as an instrument to guarantee rights to citizens in different areas, such as consumer and minority groups' rights. At the same time, they are very afraid of power imbalance and somehow of the impact outside the Brazilian limits. So this is something that I would like to highlight. But I'm afraid of my time, so I stop here, reinforcing that I would like to invite you, if you have interest, to follow us, CEPI and ISOC Brazil website and social network, so you can be updated about our next steps. And thank you all for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any question or comments later.
Thank you very much, Anna. And you were missed here in Japan, but next time, hopefully, we are all together. So with that, we finished the presentations, and the idea, just to recap on this session, is to share the project that is ongoing between ISOC Brazil and SAP FGV, where we are looking into digital sovereignty, the document, the documentation and the interviews that are being collected are going to draw a course, and then materials and documents that we are shaping to understand all the nuances and how digital sovereignty is understood in the country. But it's also grounded into the Internet Society, the global work that is being done also in relations to internet fragmentation and the understanding of digital sovereignty worldwide. Now our intent was not only to share what we are doing, but also to collect inputs on your views and any other work that is underway that could be useful for us to consider in this project. So I'm now opening up the microphone. There is thank you. Mark is going. There is two microphones available. If anyone wants to make questions, please go ahead.
Hello. Mark Derisgal speaking. I'm an internet governance consultant. So thank you for sharing the project. I have been following it. It's actually very interesting and deep. One question that I do have is Brazil has a long tradition of not only the bills that we are discussing, but a prior investment in digital sovereignty in the production of technological equipment, in the development of open source code, and in a series of actions that predate the current discussion. So in a way, the country was already ahead of the curve, like some other countries that preceded this movement. So has the group started looking into that more historical approach and trying to understand if that has any correlation with the current developments, or if these are different phenomena that are happening in different places in time? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And I'm going to take both questions and then go back to the presenters. Raul?
Okay, Raul Echeverria from Malay. I have two questions. One is that I saw very recently a paper published by Luca Belli from FGB about digital sovereignty in Brazil and India. And I wonder if it has any relation with this work, or is absolutely a parallel line. Okay, good. That's I'm seeing your faces. Because I didn't understand if it was related, because it's like an anticipation of the results of the work that you are doing. And the second question is that if you are considering as one possible, or you are questioning the expression itself, digital sovereignty, that because one thing is trying to find what's the meaning of the expression, but what about if the expression has no if doesn't make sense at all, right? In fact, every time that I read things about digital sovereignty, really what they are trying to speak is about digital independence or technological independence, the same way that we speak about energy or foods in all countries, but it doesn't exist such thing like food sovereignty or energy sovereignty, because there is no any country in the world that is absolutely independent in everything about in relation with everywhere, everybody. So just open questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raul, and very valuable questions. I think there is another question, and then we go to Ana, Flavio, and I might contribute. Ale.
It's a really short one. Has to do with how we just asked it.
Ale, can you introduce
Yeah,
yourself?
definitely. I'm Alexandre Costa Barbosa. I'm also joining discussions of the SAPI FGV Isaac Research Group on Digital Sovereignty. I'm a fellow at the Vines and Mau Institute. It's actually, I'd like to hear a bit more about, allow me to ask this question, and how it's going to really relate with the research conducted by the FGV CTS, because how actually the research group from CTS is working with digital sovereignty for a long time, right? So how can we combine the efforts that's being conducted by São Paulo ones? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ale. So I'm just going to give a brief, putting my hat as also part of the Isaac Brazil chapter, to say that we invited Luca Belli. He joined one of the group sessions, the local group sessions, precisely so we could find some of the synergies in the project. But Luca Belli work is focusing on cybersecurity, so digital sovereignty understood as those of national security protection. And while we're looking into this project into a wider and broad view of digital sovereignty, also including the technological issues and the political and legal implications. So I'm going to pass to Flavio and Ana if they also want to comment, but I think this is important to be clear on the parallel work that is being done, but it's not a competition. It's really that we are in this moment in Brazil where this is such an important issue that more and more research is blossoming, which is a good way. And then we are looking for the synergies on how to work together. So that's my reaction. Flavio.
Yeah, Raul, maybe you are not aware, but the FGV is a very large academic institution with many different groups and even in different cities. So Luca Belli is in Rio, it's one group, and we are partnering here with FGV São Paulo, which is a different group. And so, as Raquel said, we are trying to keep a dialogue with Luca Belli and his team. We invited him to discuss with us, but we are taking really different directions, I suppose. And regarding the question from Mark on we are looking for all documents, all public documents and bills and public policies that are use explicitly the concept of digital sovereignty as a motivation or are related to digital sovereignty. In this regard, of course, Brazil has a long past tradition of digital sovereignty approaches, yeah, the development of local technologies back in the 70s and in the 80s. We had a very strong industrial policy for the development of local technology. So, of course, this also is of interest for the project, for the mapping we are trying to build. But this is more a historical thing. So we are more interested in what's happening now, which are the current discourses of different stakeholders and how this can impact the evolution of the internet in the country. And regarding the other question from Raul.
Self-determination. you wanna, let's put Anna and then I can tackle
Yeah.
this one if needed. And we have more questions in a moment. Milton, I'm just taking it. Anna, do you wanna make any reactions? We have more questions coming from the floor soon.
Yes, just a brief contribution regarding the historical approach that Mark has questioned. I can say reinforce what the Flavio's perspective about our short-term, I must say, interest, looking to the present, looking to the ongoing controversy and debates going on. But we'll be able, I'm pretty sure, to build an interesting timeline regarding the main topics and somehow the trends related to the discussion in Brazil that I would say they are very recent in the way you're framing and what you're looking for regarding the past. And also related to FGV, thank you, Raquel and Flavio, for introducing that we are a big institution. We have very different but connected centers. And I would say that we are very open and connected to the CTS agenda. They have great materials and research on this theme. But in our research, we are looking, I would say, in a broader approach. We want to have this kind of understand and have this connection with CTS approach, but not as the only approach on the table. We have seen other perspectives and controversial perspectives going on. So we want to understand them and go deeper inside the narratives and the main questions and issues in their background, so we can also even contribute to CTS research in some way. So this is something I would like to add. And finally, regarding the meaning that Raul shared in his question, that expression sometimes we don't have a sense at all. It's a very good point. Raul, thank you for sharing it. And it's a personal perspective, I'd say. Sometimes some expressions are used like in as a hype, as people bring them to make sense, to connect to very different reasons and the subjects, and it lacks somehow the connection with first or the main core it could represent, or it could make sense. So this is one thing that we are very worried about, but the main issue, I would say, they are still connected to critical infrastructure. When you told about the food and the energy, somehow they share this kind of relevance. They appear with this relevance and the need for let's talk about it, let's make it happen. But something that we have been discussing is that we're still in the words place, not with concrete agendas, I would say with concrete initiatives. Besides the discussions about AI and fake news that we've mentioned, but it's still something more discussed, but without concrete impact yet. But many things are happening.
Thank you very much, Anna. I think in regards to the second questions from Raul, if that's going to be a patchwork where you have an organized view of these meanings, or if that's a crazy kaleidoscope, that's going to be answered by the end of the research. And then we have Milton. You want to take the floor?
Sure. I missed the first part of your talk, but I know that we're having a conversation about the legitimacy of internet governance in the multi-stakeholder environment, and also digital sovereignty. And I think one thing I want to ask you about, when most people talk about digital sovereignty, they think about it only for themselves or their community, right? The problem with that is that the notion of sovereignty in a political and legal sense is inherently means a kind of exclusivity, right? So if I have sovereignty, as let's say the United States, then you don't, right? And if Brazil has sovereignty over its internet, then Venezuela and Europe and the U.S. don't. And so I would like to encourage you to think about the international relations aspect of sovereignty and not hold it up as some kind of fantasy where everybody can control everything for themselves, but they don't have to worry about anything else. That's just a fantasy. And the other thing is, you're all involved in ICANN, so you all know that one of the best things we did when we created ICANN was we got it out of the sovereign system, right? We said names and numbers are going to be not governmentally run. And so that's been very successful at making sure that certain aspects of internet coordination are not politicized. So I want to make sure people understand, the term sovereignty has an appeal to people, but it's not a one-way street. It's going to be competing claims of sovereignty, and sometimes those claims can kick off power struggles which actually hurt things.
That's a very, very good point, Milton. And I just want to make sure that also to understand part of the work we are doing right now, the first phase, let's say, is really capturing the photograph. So how it's being used in the documents and how people were really seeing sovereignty. So it doesn't mean that this is the understanding that we have, but it's really capturing how it's being used. And this is going to be really important for the next phase, as now we try to organize this into something that is more of a proposition of what digital sovereignty should be understood. But I think Flavio wants to.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah, you missed the first part of the presentation here, and then the background is exactly the thing you said, Milton, that we also worry about those claims of digital sovereignty possibly hurting some fundamental aspects of the internet. And of course, most people, when they talk about sovereignty, about self-determination, about the local technological development or the local control of data of Brazilian citizens, of public data from Brazilian public service and so on, they maybe are not aware of the possible implications of the legislations or regulations that can be imposed. And so this is, then we in the project are very much aware of those things, and following the line of the Internet Society approach, that digital sovereignty, if not well understood and not well implemented, may hurt some fundamental characteristics of the internet, and we are very much aware of this.
Thank you very much, Flavio. And we have one last question before we wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Bruck. I'm the chairperson of the World Summit Awards. I'm from Austria, and I initiated there the Data Intelligence Initiative. And we talked a lot about the issue of data sovereignty, especially in the context in Europe. And what Milton was saying is very interesting, because he gives us the legal definition and the legal implications. I see that the term sovereignty, and I think that this is also very much reflected in some of what you have said, is a way of asserting control in a situation where you don't feel that you have control. So it is a process term in that sense, a process term on the way to see if you can empower yourself to get control over something. So you're striving for sovereignty. And then I think this what would be important then is that you are then getting into a situation of negotiation with the others. And I think this is something which we need to really see. I'm very interested at the IGF and at all conversations here that we are looking at things which are doable and not fantasy. And I think it's very important that this term sovereignty is seen as a term enabling people to claim control over whatever is happening in the digital sphere on many, many different levels. So I just wanted to add this to Milton's intervention, and thank you very much also for your smart conversation and reply.
Thank you very much for this contribution, and I think it's important and adds to our goal here, which is precisely to understand how it's being used, and then to help educate where we want to take this from. And then I'm going to give 1 minute wrap up to Flavio and Ana, just to say a few thoughts, and then we need to close the session and go for the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel, and thank you for all for coming here and sharing your thoughts with us. As I said, we are trying to have a photograph of what are the narratives from the different sectors in this area in Brazil, and try to relate this to the global discussion on sovereignty, and just also as a mean to educate people in Brazil. So we are collecting information, and then we will spread the conclusions of the project to the wider community, not only in Brazil, but in the region, in Latin America, and globally, so that people understand these different flavors of sovereignty and the legal and technological and social implications of those proposals and those definitions, so that we are really trying to contribute to the debate and show that the implications of the different definitions of sovereignty and the different implications of public policies or legislations or regulations that are proposed to be implemented following this motivation of sovereignty. And I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavio. Ana?
Well, I would like also to thank you all for your contribution. They were very insightful, and I want to reinforce that at the same time, we want to look at the Brazilian context and the Brazilian debate somehow, and their implication. We have this goal to not keep on looking only inside and on looking at to our reality, to our context. And this kind of dialogue with other perspectives and other realities, other understandings and impacts, they are very important for us, and we'll keep with this aim until the end of the project, to make this discussion broader, but also to contribute, as Flavio mentioned, to our country. So I would reinforce you're very welcome also to share and send feedbacks and other suggestions, and to be connected to our research, not only during this panel, but also after. It will be a pleasure to keep in touch with you. So thank you again, and Raquel.
Thank you very much, Ana, Flavio, also Pedro and Laurie, who are supporting online. We need to wrap up because the next session is going to start soon. And thank you very much for everyone for the contributions. We keep here at the IGF available for any conversations you want to have, and further inputs for the project. Next is a legitimacy of the multi-stakeholderism in IG spaces. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to this launch event on the legitimacy of multi-stakeholderism in internet governance spaces. My name is Nadia Chechia, and I'm a PhD fellow at the United Nations University CRIS and the Free University of Brussels. And today, I am pleased to invite you to explore 3 publications that look at the legitimacy of multi-stakeholderism. So today, we'll have a presentation online from Dr. Hortense Jonge from the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. Then it will be followed by Dr. Corinne Kath, who sent in a presentation speaking about loud men talking loudly, exclusionary cultures of internet governance. This will be followed with the launch of my publication on youth participation in internet governance. And followed by these 3 publications, there's the AUDES Internet Governance Roadmap, Improving Multi-Stakeholderism for Tomorrow, to provide us a perspective for the future. After this, we will invite you to come to the microphones and share your reflections and your ideas, but we would like to also question 3 questions. How can multi-stakeholder initiatives promote meaningful participation from diverse stakeholders and social groups? The second question, what is the relationship between inclusive participation and the legitimacy of multi-stakeholder initiatives? And the last question, what lessons for other multi-stakeholder bodies can we draw from the different ways in which the 3 multi-stakeholder bodies at the focus of this session, so in this case ICANN, ITF, and IGF, and aim to promote participation? To help us in these reflections and these discussions, we invited 2 discussants. So I would like to thank you very much to Elise Hever from the Dutch government and Elise Lindenberg from the Norwegian Communications Authority for joining us here today. So I would like to invite my co-moderator, Dr. Hortense Jonge, who's joining us online, to start the first presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, let me just try to set this up. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. The presentation that I'll be giving today, it was part of a larger research project that I worked on together with Professor Jana Schulte on legitimacy in ICANN, specifically the levels, the drivers, and the implications of legitimacy. I can only give a snapshot of some of the findings today and some of the key publications, but on each of the slides, I listed the key publications that give a lot more detailed information about each of these findings. But the publications, they all stem from one research project, which asked the question, how far and on what grounds does multi-stakeholderism as a mode of global governing gain legitimacy? And specifically in this project, we measure the levels of legitimacy beliefs toward a key multi-stakeholder apparatus, ICANN, and to try to identify what generates or what limits those legitimacy beliefs. And we study this by means of a couple of hundreds of interviews with members of the board, with members of staff, the community, as well as also with several outsiders to ICANN. And we conducted this project between 2018 and 2019. So I think also in the next presentations, legitimacy, it is interpreted in many different studies in vastly different ways. And in this study, we understand it as the belief and the perception that a governing body has the right to rule and also exercises that right appropriately. So concretely, we are interested in the opinion that ICANN has the right to formulate and administer certain rules for the global internet. So we understand legitimacy as underlying confidence in and approval of a governance arrangement, which encompasses a lot more than just passing support for a particular measure, and instead entails deeper faith in the governance apparatus as such. And why do we focus on legitimacy? Well, both the literature as well as many people that we interviewed, they indicate that legitimacy can help a governor, so in this case ICANN, to acquire mandates, obtain resources, attract participation, take decisions, and vice versa if a governor does not have legitimacy or their lower legitimacy beliefs, it might be more difficult to acquire mandates or obtain resources, for example. So one of the first publications in this project, we sought to identify the levels and the patterns of legitimacy beliefs towards ICANN. On this slide, I'm summarizing the key 4 findings. I will pay most attention to this, and then I will be spending a little bit less time on different explanations for this. But when it comes to the different levels of legitimacy beliefs towards ICANN, we find that taking all audiences together, average levels of legitimacy beliefs towards ICANN are neither so high as to warrant complacency, nor so low as to prompt alarm. So we also find that these legitimacy beliefs towards ICANN generally correlate with closeness to the ICANN regime. So it's fairly secure legitimacy on the inside amongst the board, the staff, the community, and then it gets somewhat more wobbly the further we get removed from the ICANN core. Several exceptions aside, legitimacy beliefs within the ICANN sphere, so board community staff, show limited variation by stakeholder group, by geographical region, or by social category. And we also find that there's no glaring Achilles heel of vulnerability in any quarter, but also no striking concentration of greater ICANN champions, with the exception perhaps of staff and board who have notably stronger legitimacy beliefs. Then a key question, of course, is how can we explain these legitimacy beliefs, and how can we understand why some people have more confidence in ICANN than others? So in a series of publications, we are trying to find out what are the sources, the drivers, or the causes of legitimacy beliefs. So what conditions can be fostered or attacked in order to bolster or undermine legitimacy beliefs? And we focus specifically on 3 types of explanations. Organizational drivers, so institutional drivers that have to do with ICANN as an organization, the way it works, its procedures, its purpose, its performance. Individual drivers that lie with the people who actually ascribe or do not ascribe legitimacy or confidence or have confidence in ICANN. And societal drivers that have to do with broader societal structures. I'll very quickly go over some of the key findings, but here on the bottom of the slides, you can also see some of the publications that discuss this a lot more extensively. But we do find that actually a large number of institutional sources are positively associated with legitimacy beliefs toward ICANN. Think, for example, of accountability, fair decision-taking procedures, timely decision-taking, and several aspects related to the purpose or the mission that ICANN stands for. We also find that several individual level drivers of ICANN are positively associated with legitimacy in ICANN. So it matters whether a participant or perceiver, so to say, someone who ascribes or does not ascribe legitimacy is a member of the ICANN board and staff, who notably have on average, higher confidence in ICANN than members from the ICANN community. And people who feel that they have benefited personally from ICANN and its policies also tend to accord or more likely to accord legitimacy to ICANN. And finally, we looked at several societal level drivers or explanations of legitimacy in ICANN. And what I'm focusing on here specifically is perceptions of structural inequalities, for example, based on age, ethnicity, race, gender, geopolitics, language. And to sum up, actually a very extensive discussion, we found that a lot of participants perceive structural inequalities in ICANN, do find them problematic, but that most of them do not undermine their confidence in ICANN, with the exception perhaps of inequalities, problematic inequalities based on the geopolitics, so between the global north and the global south. So to summarize, legitimacy understood as approval of ICANN as a governance mechanism for the global internet is important. We find that ICANN has fairly secure legitimacy amongst its insiders, then it starts to wane off a little bit gradually the further we get removed. And we find multiple and variable drivers of these levels of ICANN legitimacy beliefs. So there's not a simple formula available to solve all legitimacy challenges. And we also believe that knowing what levels of legitimacy beliefs prevail in what quarters and what kinds of forces shape those legitimacy beliefs can nevertheless contribute to more informed and nuanced policy making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hortense, for your presentation. Then I will share my screen and will show the presentation of Dr. Corinne Kath, who is unfortunately not able to be here today. And you should be able to see it now. I think we can't hear her. So the sound is not connected. Am I screen sharing? Yes. So, do you know why the sound is not working for the presentation? So, while I wait to figure out what is happening with this, I propose I'll just go straight into my own presentation. So her presentation is a pre-recorded session, so she's not actually with us online. But thank you so much for paying attention, because otherwise, if she was still talking, that would have been a little bit awkward for all of us. So in the meantime, I'll share my own screen again and start my own presentation. We did it in order of the year of publication. So we started with Dr. Hortense Jonge first, Corinne Kath, who just published earlier this year. And I am pleased that I am going to launch my publication today. So, fortunately, I don't need sound for mine. No, that's not my presentation slides either. I think I'm confused now. So while I figure this out, could I kindly ask, I'm sorry to have to put you on the spot like this, but Mr. Carter, please, could you share your vision for multi-stakeholderism while we sort out technical issues?
I can, yes. Thanks,
Thank you.
Nadia, and good morning, everyone who's in the room, and good evening or good night, wherever the rest of you might be online. I was hoping to be riffing a little bit more off the content that had come through in the other presentations, so I'll actually be quite brief at this point. AUDA is the Australian Domain Administration. We operate the .au CCTLD for Australia. And the reason that we put together a roadmap on internet governance was simply to try and provoke some discussion and dialogue among the internet community about the ways that internet governance might need to be improved to make it more functional for the deeply complicated digital governance environment we all face in the 2020s and beyond. Because of the nature of this launch event, I just wanted to focus in on a couple of aspects of legitimacy. And to do that, relating to some of the things that we said in the roadmap, it's not a promo thing, but you can find the roadmap and read it on our website, if you like, auda.org.au. So I think there are three. We talked a bit about the importance of deepening and broadening participation in internet governance. Based on the sort of practitioner view, and I'm not an academic, this isn't an academic pitch, this is a practitioner and participant perspective that we're offering, that more broadly based participation is going to enhance the outcomes and outputs that come from internet governance processes for the same reason that we say that they work at all. If you get the right mix of stakeholders and perspectives around the table, the idea is that the solutions that get developed by that process people will be more likely to work and will be more likely to be accepted by the participants and by other people who can rely on the right expertise as having been present. So that goes to one of the discussion questions. Our view is inclusive participation does enhance the legitimacy of these initiatives. And one of the, it's a bit of a truism in some of the institutions that have been talked about already, that most of the protagonists are from particular regions of the world, and that there are deficits of participation, if you want to take a deficit model, from Global South participants, from people who are not from Europe or North America in particular. And one of the things that I think is material to that is providing effective funding approaches so that people without the economic resources to be able to participate have opportunities to do so in a meaningful way. And another, which I think will come up in one of the other presentations, is about the culture of these affairs. It's been 10 plus years since I attended my first ICANN meeting, and as an example. And some people were very friendly and welcoming, and some people were very off-putting and arrogant. And I'm sure it's the same experience today. And I come with a set of attributes and cultural capital that means I will have had an easier journey into some of that than other people do. The second thing I want to talk about in terms of legitimacy is the procedural legitimacy that can come from agreed decision-making frameworks, if you like, the constitution of internet governance. One of the things we articulated in our paper was the notion that there should be a review of the foundations of internet governance, how it is practiced in the 2020s and beyond. We leaned a bit on the roadmap that was developed in the Net Mundial process in 2014 as an example of that kind of framework. But there are other normative and procedural frameworks that are out there about how IG should work. And our view is, again, that if you assemble the breadth of stakeholders and the diversity of stakeholders that are required, the legitimacy of those underpinning frameworks will be enhanced. And the third one I'll just briefly mention is the institutional innovation question. There are some policy questions these days that have emerged in the technology milieu that are on the agenda at internet governance events like this. You know, you'll all have noticed by now the focus on AI at this year's IGF. It isn't immediately obvious that the right assemblage of stakeholders to deal with internet governance questions is automatically going to be the right assemblage of stakeholders to deal with other policy questions. So it might be the case that new processes and institutions are needed to deal with new policy questions that become quite remote from the internet, which is an essential service for many of these technology stacks, but that might engage very much different stakeholder groups. And if we keep trying to shoehorn all of the issues that relate to the internet and issues that don't relate to the internet but that make use of the internet into a single framework, then the internet governance system isn't the internet governance system anymore. It's just the governance system. It's just running the world. And so we do need to think about the boundaries of the material that we're dealing with and the necessary stakeholders that we need to engage within those boundaries to build the legitimacy of the work that is done within them. So I hope that's progressed a few thoughts. I saw some nods and some head shakes, which is perfect by my point of view. And I'll pass back to you, Nadia. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comments. So hopefully I have figured it out quite right now. And we will be able to see Dr. Corinne Kath joining us on the screen. And
governance-based title of this panel suggests. And given I'm not there in person, I will be giving some guidance on the slides as we go. So next slide, please. So in this brief talk, I will try and do 3 specific things. Provide a bit of an introduction to the PhD research that I've done, specifically looking at internet governance cultures and their rougher edges. Summarize some of my key findings as I have published them in a recent report called Loudman Talking Loudly on the Exclusionary Cultures of Internet Governance, which was a report that I published for the launch of the Critical Infrastructure Lab at the University of Amsterdam. The report is on their website, and also go check out their work if you haven't heard of them yet. They're really wonderful. And then I'll hand over to the next speaker or Q&A or whatever Nadia thinks is best. Next slide, please. So by way of introduction, my name is Corinne Kath. I'm an anthropologist of internet governance. I wrote an ethnography of the Internet Engineering Task Force and finished my PhD in Oxford in 2021. I currently work at the University of Delft, where I'm doing postdoctoral research on the politics of cloud computing, but this particular topic remains near and dear to me. Next slide, please. So what I'll be doing today is present some of the research that draws from my PhD, where I wrote an ethnography about an important internet governance body called the Internet Engineering Task Force. And the Internet Engineering Task Force is one of the oldest internet governance bodies that makes key protocols and standards that enable networks to connect. And I know the importance of the role of the technical community is top of mind for many of you in the room. And I think this research that I've done sort of speaks to both the capacities and the limitations and the importance of including civil society explicitly into the work that the technical community does. And you can also find my PhD research, which is published on my website. Next slide, please. Now, I know that all of you have better things to do than to read a 180 odd page academic thesis. So let me just summarize some of my findings about the exclusionary and sometimes discriminatory aspects of internet governance organizations for you, as I've outlined in the report that you can see over there. No, sorry, over there. Next slide, please. In the report, as in some of my other academic work, which is based on multiple years of field work and participant observation within the Internet Engineering Task Force, as well as numerous semi-structured interviews with people who work in these kind of spaces, I really asked the question of how suitable certain internet governance organizations are for civil society participation, and what this tells us about internet governance cultures and how those can be both open and exclusionary at the same time. And the reason why I think it is important to look at this is because if all of us didn't, to a certain extent, believe in the importance of the openness of internet governance or the value of the multi-stakeholder model, we wouldn't be here participating in the IGF today. Especially for some of us, because for some of us, it's the dead of night. And this is all very true, but I've also found that two things can be true at the same time. The multi-stakeholder model can be important and can be a valuable model for governing the internet and other technologies. And at the same time, the practice by which it is done can be discriminatory to minority voices, especially those of civil society, representing human rights values, the voices of women, and voices of people from the majority world. And if we want to maintain the openness of the multi-stakeholder model, we need to, with some urgency, address these ways in which internet governance cultures can be exclusionary and discriminatory. And as I'm sure you know, I'm not the only one stressing the urgency of dealing with some of the inequities that are inherent to who can afford to be part of internet governance communities, right? Tackling these inequities, I believe, is a better and a preferable route than, as some others have suggested, restarting internet governance in a multilateral fashion. I believe that pursuing a multilateral approach, just because the multi-stakeholder model is one that is less that perfect, is perhaps throwing out the baby with the bathwater. But at the same time, I also believe we need to go much beyond deepening and broadening participation, as some people advocate for, as participants are still going to be, especially minority voices, are still going to be incredibly unlikely to stay involved when the cultures in which they are expected to participate are going to be hostile to their needs and to their presence. Next slide. So my report lays out what loud men as an organizational culture in some internet governance organizations costs us when we're striving for an internet that serves a diverse public interest. Next slide, please. And some of the findings that I want to share with you today are on this slide. So what we see is that many seemingly open, many seemingly accessible internet governance organizations where key debates about internet infrastructure or policies happen, where web standards are discussed, where the functioning of browsers are discussed, etc., are, even though they seem procedurally open, are culturally closed off, can be hostile, can be surprisingly hard to participate in, especially for civil society folks, especially for women, and again, especially for participants from the majority world. And what happens is these exclusionary cultures create this invisible barrier that makes it extra hard for these groups to be able to participate, even though they are bringing a very, very much needed non-commercial public interest perspective to debates about technical functioning of the internet. And while many civil society practitioners in this room might not be surprised, by these findings or by these different hurdles and barriers that I outline in the rest of my research, there is comparatively little, at least academic documentation of this type of hostility in existing research literature or even in policymaker conversations about internet governance. And it is another topic that we need to put on the table if we are to maintain the good bits of the multi-stakeholder model. Next slide, please. And we often tend to talk about how open internet governance organizations are. And that's true along some axes. I found, however, that there is a bit of a disconnect between procedural openness, which is a slightly lower bar that many internet governance organizations will meet, to some extent at least, and actual accessibility. And this disconnect in part stems from different cultural dynamics. What we see is that internet governance organizations routinely tend to cater to particular groups of people, taking their assumptions and their expectations as the standard, and doing not enough to accommodate and anticipate different perspectives and needs. Now, for example, we are all here primarily speaking English to each other, right? So English is often the working language in a lot of these organizations, with an American orientation towards the market as the primary form of governance also being very endemic. Meetings occur at different sites across the globe, again, the IGF being but one example of that. And a lot of these locations are incredibly hard to access for people from the majority world who face all sorts of visa challenges and a heavier financial burden when it comes to traveling. Same for people with caretaking responsibilities, with employers that cannot foot the bill for long distance travel, for people with disabilities, etc., etc. It becomes very hard to participate. So the group that is left is a group that can participate, but it's a smaller group, often one that is much more homogenous than the internet community that they aim to serve. And it is these subtle and cultural ways in which the day-to-day functioning of internet governance can exclude groups that need to be heard. And if we take ourselves serious as a community, then we need to address these rough edges in earnest. Next slide. So the open multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, in which all different parties joining and using the network contribute to decisions about its functioning, is integral to the internet success. Now, this is especially crucial at this moment in time when we see that corporate power over internet infrastructure is growing, government and private surveillance is growing, and the space for civil society to act is shrinking. So for better or for worse, internet governance organizations are still a place where the public can claim a seat at the table. But in order for that seat to actually lead to anything concrete, much more work is needed to ensure that these internet governance bodies live up to their promise of being accessible and open to all. And the work that I've done provides one entry into showing why that is not always currently the case. And so what I hope is that if you take away one thing from this presentation, let it be this. Internet governance organizations may be procedurally open, but they can be culturally closed off and unwelcoming in practice. And the gap between the rules on paper on the one hand and this reality in practice can be explained in part through the exclusionary effect of its cultures. And it is these cultures that make it difficult for civil society to be able to join decision-making processes they so urgently need to join. And again, understanding how this plays out should curb our impulse to position internet governance organizations also as naturally capable of delivering us an internet that answers to the public. It's unfortunately not that simple. So coming to my final words here, designations of internet governance organizations as exemplary in this regard often depend on ignoring or at least disregarding the exclusionary effects of cultural dynamics in favor of surface level procedural access. And we as a community can and must do better. And not just for our own sake, but also to push back arguments made by detractors of the multi-stakeholder model. And I think that the fact that we're coming here today is a clear sign of the fact that we as a community can and must do better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Corinne Kath for sharing her presentation. So it's then my pleasure to share my own presentation about youth participation in internet governance. So my research for my PhD has been looking at multi-stakeholderism in internet governance, and specifically the stakeholder group that I've chosen was youth. We always talk about meaningful youth participation. Our common agenda asked for looking at mechanisms on how to engage our youth in policymaking processes. We have spoken about an IGF working strategy on the inclusion of youth. We have the IGF youth track. And so one of the things that I set out to do is to understand youth in these spaces. And for this, my research looked at an agent of change, youth meta-participation at the IGF, where I looked at how youth are creating new spaces within the IGF when they see that the processes that they're getting involved with do not reflect or engage in the manner that they find approachable or that they have access to. So they use existing mechanisms within the IGF to create new spaces, or they create additional spaces that align with the values of the IGF. I created a policy brief on youth participation in internet governance with recommendations on how youth can be further integrated. And for this year's annual symposium of GigaNet, I presented youth participation on regional and global level, the dynamics of meaningful youth participation. And with this latest article, I proposed a definition for what is meaningful participation, which is based on the definition from Malcolm, and the definition I came with was aiming to capture the extent to which the processes in question are effectively designed to incorporate the viewpoints of youth participants into the development of internet governance policies in a balanced way, this being the essential feature from which this subset of multi-stakeholder processes can claim democratic legitimacy. Building on that, I used a revision of Arnstein's ladder. Arnstein's ladder looks at non-participation, tokenism, and citizen power. And when they describe Arnstein's ladder and use case studies, they use each rung and give an example. But what I find with the Internet Governance Forum, that it is an ecosystem. It is more than just this individual component is separate from each other. So I proposed a pyramid of participation. I used elements of the ladder to propose a pyramid in which we see how we integrate within the IGF. So we integrate first. You're sitting here today, and I'm speaking with you now, and our other speakers shared their thoughts and ideas with you about their research, about the work that they've done, their perceptions, their interpretations of what they see and what they've researched. So you're being informed. But we will open up the floor and we'll have reflections from our discussants to and have asked them to consult, to provide input, to exchange. And this is how we integrate. We become familiar with content and with processes. But at some point, you come into this leadership position. you come here as a partnership. Maybe some of you are session organizers and you collaborate with the community to create your sessions. And maybe some of us will work closely with the IGF Secretariat as consultants, or a form of a facilitator, where you have delegated power to facilitate particular positions. And I mentioned before, when these structures are not achieving the aims and goals that you have, you can go into meta-participation, where you feel you have some control to create the systems that you want, which can be used through processes of the IGF or creating your own processes aside that you align with the IGF. And then, of course, what Arnstein's ladder talks about is tokenized participation. And this is something that when I created the pyramid of participation, I believe that it was outside of the scope. I believe that when we have purpose, we want it to be meaningful. And there is a tokenized processes, but tokenized processes were not included in the study. Or so when we felt that there were tokenized activities or things that were interpreted as tokenized, it means that meaningful participation has failed us. And then in this research that I've done, I analyze it through the lens of why and how they are not able to meaningfully participate, rather than looking at it as this process was made to tokenize you. I believe that we want to have meaningful participation, and sometimes we fail, and how did we fail that? So here are just a few examples using the pyramid participation and interviews with European participants from EuroDig and YouthDig. I looked at which activities that they participated in and what they felt was their purpose, and how they thrived, but also how they felt that the structure or their personal ambitions failed them. So when they come into the integration part, where they're informing and consulting at EuroDig, they were learning about the content. They were learning about how EuroDig works, the processes. They assessed, what was the structure accessibility? Are you capable of engaging or not? And they learned that when you are part of the EuroDig community, this can lead to responsibilities, and that's a form of integration. You then move towards a natural way into the leadership positions. But on the other hand, when we see that meaningful participation has failed is when personal reasons, motherhood, for example, or fatherhood, or they found that their career opportunities were not aligned with their ambitions, or they had structural reasons why they were not able to engage. For example, when there are time zone problems, when there are different opportunities that were not aligned, such as the topics of that year doesn't align with your personal ambitions. And then we go through through this entire system at both EuroDig, but also at the global IGF. So at the global IGF, we looked at the different ways participants attend from YouthDig to EuroDig and to the IGF, and where were they capable of contributing on the informing consulting level, but also where meaningful participation had failed. And therefore, I am pleased to share with you, because of my research and the support of the EuroDig Secretariat, I was able to look and reflect on YouthDig, the Youth Dialogue on Internet Governance, the pre-event for youth to EuroDig, for them to learn about the context in which EuroDig will present that year, to learn about the processes and how to integrate into the EuroDig community. And based on this, I created a publication which you can find at the EuroDig booth, which talks about the YouthDig philosophy. If you remember the definition of meaningful participation, remember that we spoke about structure, about how to contribute, and how youth are continuously evolving. And this publication reflects on how we approached YouthDig, how can we integrate them, and how can we further their continuous meaningful participation. And we hope that you will reflect on this publication and also come back to us with feedback, because it's always the importance that we have with YouthDig, that we always engage our participants to ask them if they come back next year, how would you do it? What would you change to make your participation more meaningful? They give us our feedback, and then we invite them to join the YouthDIC org team to implement what they would like to see, the change that they would like to see. And that is what this publication hopes to do, to further continue this discussion about how can we continue meaningful participation from the regional to the global IGF. So thank you very much. I would then like to ask our discussants for their initial reflections of our 3 presentations and the questions that we had. And in the meantime, if you have any comments or questions, please do come to the microphone. But then I would like to ask Ms. Lindenberg if you could start with your comments.
Thank you, and thank you for being invited. Well, there's a lot of questions you asked us. So what is the relationship between inclusive participation and the legitimacy of the multi-stakeholder model? I don't think anyone questions that there is a strong link. We discuss it all the time, also in the high-level panels, that ensuring inclusive and meaningful participation from the broader community is the core, is crucial for the multi-stakeholder model. And that some of the research and surveys that you mentioned now shows that there are several important voices, stakeholders that are not aware of the discussions we have in internet governance. And of course, that's a huge challenge for the legitimacy of the multi-stakeholder community. And lays a great responsibilities of us who are already participating in what we should do with that problem. So I don't think anyone questions the importance of discussions like this. And what can we do then? I think that one thing we should look into is also the various forums that we have. As a small state, I represent the Norwegian government. We are a bit concerned if we have a lot of arenas that we discuss the same topics. That we, because it is challenging to follow all the different discussions if it is a lot of different forums. And I'm not talking about, the forums that are national or regional, because that feeds into this discussion and is very important. But we should also, I think, concentrate on making the forums we already have stronger. So that's one thing. Making the most out of the existing structure we already have. And I also think that we should go deeper into sharing best practices within the IGF and the multi-stakeholder community. I think the report from ODA shows that you have room within the multi-stakeholder system like IGF for more focused dialogue between experts and sharing of best practices. I think that's one thing that would make it even more meaningful to participate and will draw broader groups into the IGF and the multi-stakeholder discussions. So good sharing of practices. Maybe we should also start to measuring what we are doing in some way to see how we impact the involvement of the internet in these forums, because it is discussions, but we also need to see some meaningful results, for others to take from this community and take home, and to make best practices more shared. I think that's one thing that we can contribute more to. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And then quickly, Ms. Heaver, if I could have your reflections.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so I'll try to keep it really brief because I already saw we're over time. But yeah, coming from the Netherlands, working together with a broad array of stakeholders is very common. We've been poldering since approximately 1200, and that was to protect ourselves from the North Sea. And we've done that with a broad array of stakeholders. So I could maybe say it's in my veins to talk with stakeholders, but it's not something that's always common for governments to do. And I think that's very special about the IGF, that we're talking together on an equal footing, and that we have the opportunity to talk with civil society, with the tech community, with the business community, and with governments, and that it's not governments inviting you to say whatever you think and, well, okay, thank you, we'll see you next year. But I really hope for meaningful participation. And I just wanted to reflect briefly on ICANN, as I'm the Dutch GAC representative, so that's for the government stakeholder government advisory committee in ICANN. And about participation in ICANN, I still don't see that all governments are represented in ICANN. At the moment, there are 182 members from government and 38 observers. So that's not the 193 that the UN counts as government. But also, at the last ICANN meeting, there were 73 government members participating and 8 observers. I didn't do a quick regional check, but I'm pretty sure it's not an equal distribution across the world. And despite the fact that it's not equal in the GAC, it's even less equal, I'm pretty sure, in the other stakeholder groups. So I personally hope to see with the next round of GTLDs, which so that's generic top-level domains, I would hope to see that this stakeholder group becomes more diverse with a broader array of top-level domains in other languages and other scripts, and ensuring that more registries and registrars are equally distributed across the world, and that it doesn't have this immense Western grouping where they are currently. So yeah, that would be 2 of my reflections on your questions, and hopefully we can have 1 or 2 remarks from others. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I fear that there's not a lot of time left over because the opening ceremony will start soon, and I think that everybody would want to join that. But certainly, I do not believe that this conversation has to stop here, and I'd be welcome, and also my my colleagues are also keen on furthering the discussion. But I would like to thank you all so very much for coming here today in reflection, and I apologize for the technical problems that we had today, that we could not engage better. But I would also like to thank very much the staff for doing their very best to ensure that everything is running smoothly, but also the captioners that are writing things live, and those who are interpreting into English and Japanese for their services here today. So thank you all very much, and we hope to continue this conversation. Have a really lovely IGF.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. May I draw your attention, please? Simultaneous interpretation service in 6 United Nations language and Japanese is available with the receiver. Please turn on the power button and switch to channel 1 for Arabic, channel 2 for Chinese, channel 3 for English, channel 4 for French, channel 5 for Russian, channel 6 for Spanish, and channel 7 for Japanese. May I kindly ask you that at the end of this session, please hand over the receiver to the staff at the exit doors. Thank you. And please be noted that the annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum will be streamed online. Lastly, if there is an emergency, please follow the instruction of staff, including security services. The opening performance is scheduled to start shortly from 10:30 a.m. Please kindly be seated for a while. Thank you for your patience. Excellency, distinguished delegates and participants, I would like to welcome all of you to 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. And my name is Rebecca, and it's my honor to serve the MC for this opening. Prior to the opening ceremony of the 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, we now present as the opening act, reconceptualizing traditional Japanese theater, Kabuki, Two Lions with Sansui, media installation by Naoko Tosa. Kabuki is a novel and unusual performing art that appeared in Kyoto at the beginning of the Edo period. In this new work, a heroic lion spirit appeared in a climactic scene of Renjishi, a masterpiece of Kabuki. The scene in which the lion smells a flower and makes a violent movement known as the madness was performed by a professional Kabuki actor. Creating a digital Kabuki performance is suitable for an international IT conference. So please enjoy this opening performance. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Lee Junfar, Under-Secretary General of United Nations, and His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio, the Prime Minister of Japan, to the stage. So please welcome Mr. Lee and His Excellency Mr. Kishida. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today for the 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, organized by United Nations and hosted by Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. Now, I'd like to start the opening ceremony. First of all, we would like to welcome Mr. Antonio Guterres-Lett, Secretary General of the United Nations, to the screen. Video message will be introduced by Mr. Lee Junfar, Under Secretary General of the United Nations. So Mr. Lee, please proceed to the podium.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan, Excellencies, distinguished participants. I have the honor to introduce the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who will deliver a video address. Please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to greet the Internet Governance Forum as you gather in Kyoto. Let me begin by thanking you for your invaluable efforts, bringing together governments, the private sector, civil society, and the technical community for the essential task of advancing an open, safe, and global Internet. For nearly 2 decades, this multi-stakeholder cooperation has proven remarkably productive and remarkably resilient in the face of growing geopolitical tensions, proliferating crises, and widening divisions. Your work is now more important than ever. We need to keep harnessing digital technologies enabled by the Internet to help deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals, take climate action, and build a better world. I see 3 areas for action. First, we must work together to close the connectivity gap and bring the remaining 2.6 billion people online, in particular women and girls in least developed countries. Second, we must work together to close the governance gap, including by elevating and better aligning the work of the IGF and other digital bodies across the UN system and beyond. Third, and fundamentally, we need to reinforce a human rights and human-centered approach to digital cooperation. It is imperative that the Internet, including the physical infrastructure that underpins it, remains open, secure, and accessible to all. This means that the Internet's long-established multi-stakeholder institutions need more support, not less. The leadership panel I've established for the Internet Governance Forum is aimed at providing strategic guidance, supporting stable funding, and amplifying the impact of your important work. To help advance the search for concrete governance solutions, I'm appointing a high-level advisory board on artificial intelligence, which will provide preliminary recommendations by the end of this year. And the Global Digital Compact, proposed for adoption at the Summit of the Future in 2024, aims to set out principles, objectives, and actions to secure a human-centered digital future. Governments, the private sector, and civil society must come together regularly to ensure that the commitments enshrined in the Compact are followed up. We cannot afford another retreat into silos. We must work to prevent gaps from emerging on new digital technologies, avoid duplication, and address emerging risks effectively. I look to your gathering in Kyoto to provide critical input to advance our collective efforts. Together, we can realize the ambition spelled out in the theme of your forum and build the Internet we want to empower all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Please allow me to join the Secretary General to extending our gratitude to the government of Japan for hosting us. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as the Secretary General reminded us, the challenge confronting the global community in reaching the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development are vast and complex. The Internet will play an integral role in navigating these complexities, moving us towards a better and a more resilient future. But this requires responsible policies that leverage the benefits of digital technologies while mitigating the risks. The Internet Governance Forum must respond through the UN's convening role to bring every country and every individual together, regardless of the stakeholder groups or the backgrounds. IGF needs to further strengthen its role as being a global digital policy forum in finding points of convergence and consensus, and in identifying the digital solutions in reaching the 2030 Agenda. In this connection, I welcome the focus of the forum on the urgent and the relevant digital issues, and look forward to your contributions and recommendations on the way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, 18 years ago, in 2005, the IGF received its mandate through the World Summit on Information Society. In 2025, the United Nations General Assembly will review this mandate. Member states will consider the impacts and outcomes of the forum and determine its future. With this in mind, I invite you to consider 3 questions during this year's IGF. First, has the IGF delivered on its mandate and purpose? Second, how can the Internet better support and accelerate the achievement of the SDGs? Third, how can the IGF best support both the preparations of and the follow-up to the Global Digital Compact and Summit of the Future? This forum is aimed at empowering all countries to deliver the better digital policies, to support the more open, inclusive, and safe access to digitalization for all people. We must ensure that it is delivering on that aim. We called for the closer collaboration and partnership among stakeholders, greater digital innovation for accelerating SDG implementation, and foster technical assistance to the Global South to bridge the digital divide. Together, let us leverage the inclusive, multi-stakeholder approach of the Internet Governance Forum to build the Internet we want. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Next, I invite His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio, the Prime Minister of Japan, to deliver his remarks. His Excellency Mr. Kishida, please proceed to the podium.
Eh, 日本の内閣総理大臣の岸田文雄です。ご列席の皆様、こんにちは。そしてようこそ日本にお越しをくださいました。ご来場の、そしてオンラインでご視聴の皆様におかれましては、インターネットのより良い在り方について日頃からご議論をいただき、またその実現にご尽力をいただいておりますことに、心から敬意を表し申し上げます。インターネットガバナンスフォーラムのオープンかつ民主的、包摂的なプロセスを重視するという基本理念は、まさに我が国の基本的な価値観と一致するところであり、我が国が今回初めてホスト国として会議を開催し、こうして皆様をお迎えできることを大変嬉しく思っています。インターネットをはじめとするデジタル技術は、 世界中の人々の経済活動を支え、経済成長をもたらすエンジンです。インターネットは自由で多様な表現の場として機能するとともに、時間や空間の制約を超えた情報やサービスへのアクセスを可能とするものであり、生活や社会経済活動にとって不可欠であるだけでなく、民主主義社会の基盤として極めて重要です。また、自由で分断のないインターネットは、開発、保健、安全保障といった我々が直面するさまざまな課題の解決や人類のさらなる発展のために不可欠です。一方で、インターネットが偽情報を含む違法有害情報の拡散、サイバー攻撃、サイバー犯罪など、人々の安全や自由な経済社会活動を脅かす課題を生んできたのも事実であります。それらの負の側面にも目を背けることなく、世界中からさまざまな立場の参加者が一堂に会し、マルチステークホルダーアプローチの議論により英知を結集することで、リスクを低減しつつインターネットの恩恵を最大化できると確信をしています。本年の会合の全体テーマである我々が求めるインターネット、あらゆる人を後押しするためのインターネットは、誰一人取り残さない包摂的なインターネットを実現し、持続可能な人類の未来を切り開くという力強い決意の表れであると思います。日本政府としてホスト国としてこの議論に貢献することが重要な責務であると考えています。インターネットが信頼性のある自由なデータ流通 DFFT を促進し、引き続き人類の発展に貢献するためには、オープン、自由、グローバル、相互運用可能、安全かつ信頼できるインターネットを維持することが必要であると確信をしています。我が国はさまざまな立場のマルチステークホルダーによるインターネットガバナンスを支持し、引き続きコミットしてまいります。最後になりますが、開催都市であるここ京都は、豊かな歴史と伝統が息づく都市です。ご参加いただいている皆様には、インターネットの未来についての活発なご議論、参加者同士の交流と合わせまして、ぜひ京都、そして日本の文化や食事、おもてなしをご堪能いただきたいと思っています。この京都における会合が国際社会の未来、そして皆様一人一人にとって有意義で実りあるものとなることを記念し、私からのオープニングのご挨拶とさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Excellency. And thank you. Please give a round of applause once again to the speakers. So now the stage will be rearranged for the next session, so please kindly remain seated. The high-level panel 5, the artificial intelligence, will start shortly from 11 a.m. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much for waiting. Now I would like to welcome the guests of honor and the speakers for the high-level panel 5, Artificial Intelligence, to the stage, and we'll begin with the photo session. And first, an official photographer at the front will take a photo. So at first, the official photographer at the front, please take a photo. And now I'd like to take our time for the press in the back seat. Please stay put and take a photo. Thank you for cooperation. Thank you very much. So the Excellency, please proceed to the individual seat on the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I draw your attention, please? We will now start the high-level panel 5, Artificial Intelligence, of the 18th Annual Meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. I will now invite a guest of honor to deliver keynote speeches. First, I would like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio, the Prime Minister of Japan, to deliver keynote speech. His Excellency Mr. Kishida, please proceed to the podium.
インターネットガバナンスフォーラム京都2023における AI 特別セッションの開催にあたり、ホスト国を代表してご挨拶を申し上げます。急速に発展している生成 AI のポテンシャルやリスクについて、世界中で議論が巻き起こっている中、本日、各界を代表する方々とともに、生成 AI に関する国際的なガバナンスの在り方について、ここ日本で議論できることを誇りに思うとともに、ご多忙の中、ご参加いただいた皆様に、心から御礼を申し上げます。生成 AI は、インターネットに匹敵する技術革新とも言われています。インターネットの登場によって時間や空間の制約を超えて人類がつながるようになり、民主主義と経済社会に目覚ましい発展をもたらしてきたように、生成 AI によって人類の歴史に大きな変化がもたらされようとしています。私自身、今年に入って若手研究者や AI 開発企業などと直接議論を重ねる中で、生成 AI が秘める無限の可能性を感じてきました。生成 AI は単に業務を効率化するだけでなく、新薬の創出や新たな医療手法の開発など、我々さまざまな分野でイノベーションを加速させ、世界に劇的な変化をもたらすことが期待されています。日本政府として今月中に経済対策をまとめることを予定していますが、計算資源の整備や基盤モデル開発に対する支援など、AI 開発力の強化や中小企業や医療分野等における AI 導入の推進など、 AI 開発利用両面に強力に取り組み、しっかりと経済対策に盛り込んでいきたいと考えています。一方で、生成 AI をめぐっては、精緻な偽画像や偽情報による社会の混乱など、経済社会を脅かすようなリスクや課題も指摘されてきており、幅広い関係者が役割を果たす必要があります。例えば、信頼できる情報の流通を促進するために、情報の発信者を証明・確認できる技術の開発や普及を進めることも有効だと思います。このような理解を国際社会全体で正しく共有し、連帯して対処していかなければなりません。生成 AI の持つ可能性とリスクを踏まえながら、推進と規制のバランスを図り、生成 AI が経済社会に与えるリスクを軽減しつつ、人類に対する 恩恵を最大化していくために、今こそ人類の英知を結集することが重要です。このような考えのもと、G7 広島サミットにおいて、信頼できる AI の実現に向けた国際的な議論の促進のために、私から広島 AI プロセスの創設を提案して合意を取り付け、G7 首脳は担当閣僚に対し、年内に成果を出すことを指示いたしました。広島 AI プロセスでは、信頼できる AI の実現に不可欠な共通原則として、すべての AI 関係者向けの国際的な指針を年末までに策定することといたしました。特に喫緊の課題として、生成 AI を含む高度な AI システムの開発者向けの国際的な指針や行動規範をこの秋にも開催される予定の G7 首脳オンライン会議に向けて策定を進めています。生成 AI は国境を越えてサービス提供され、世界中の人々に関係します。このため、広島 AI プロセスでは、この IGF の機会も活用し、本セッションのような政府、学術界、市民社会および民間セクターを含むマルチステークホルダーの議論を通じて幅広い意見を取り入れていくつもりです。本日ご参加の G7 を超えた幅広い皆様のご意見をお聞きすることで、グローバルサウスを含む国際社会全体が安心、安全、信頼できる生成 AI の恩恵を享受し、さらなる経済成長や生活環境の改善を実現できるような国際的なルール作りを牽引してまいります。最後に、この AI 特別セッションにおいて、国際機関、各国政府、AI 開発企業、研究者、市民社会を代表する方々の間で有意義な議論が行われ、後に生成 AI に関する議論の転機となったと評価されるような歴史的な会議となることを記念いたしまして、私のご挨拶とさせていただきます。ご清聴誠にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Excellency. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Maria Ressa, CEO and President of Rappler Inc., 2021 Nobel Peace Prize winner, to deliver keynote speech. Ms. Ressa, please proceed to the podium.
I'm so sorry I'm short. I will tiptoe. Thank you so much. Thank you to our host country, to Japan, to the Internet Governance Forum. I am new to the Internet Governance Forum, and so I bow to your collective wisdom. I really hope to just be a voice to urge you to think about where we are today and to urge you to act. Because thank you to our initiative on generative AI, but let me just remind you of the problems we face right now. Today, truth is under attack. We're engulfed in an information war where disinformation, the bullets of information operations spread like wildfire to obscure and to change reality. What power used to consolidate power is technology. Social media, the first human contact with AI. In 2018, and this has probably changed since then, MIT released a study that said lies spread 6 times faster on social media than these really boring facts. And what Rappler data has shown is that it spreads even faster when it's laced with fear, anger, hate. Every human being, all of us, has 2 systems of thinking, and here I quote Daniel Kahneman. He said, thinking fast, our emotional, instinctive side, and thinking slow, our rational side. This rational side is where conversations like this one happen, where rule of law, journalism, democracy happens. Technology hacked our biology to bypass our rational minds, to trigger the worst of who we are, and to keep us scrolling in our information economy. Attention, that is the prize. Your attention is commodified, changing how you feel, what you think, and how you act. That fundamental design choice, and this is the first social media contact, right? That lies spread faster, surveillance capitalism, or surveillance for profit, turned our world upside down. And here, I'm sorry to be irreverent. Netflix's Stranger Things, if you've watched it, you know how they go into the upside down? We are literally living in the upside down. And while it seems deceptively familiar, everything is covered with goo, and there are monsters in every corner. Because that design of the new gatekeepers to our public sphere was exploited by authoritarians. If you can convince people lies are facts, then you can control them. And the same 3 sentences I've said since 2016. Without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these 3, we have no shared reality, no rule of law, no democracy. So, I have 2 minutes left to tell you what we should do. And actually, the internet we want has those 5 values. I thank the Secretary General for appointing the leadership panel. We each have 2 years. It's extremely honest, open, and we hope to urge you to act. But I'll leave you with 2 last thoughts. One is the impact beyond the individual. This is what I've laid out for you, right? The behavioral aspect for us. If you don't have integrity of facts, you cannot have integrity of elections. And 2024 becomes a critical year for elections, which is part of the reason everyone in this room, from civil society, parliamentarians, government officials, NGOs, journalists, we each have a role to play. I keep saying that we are in the last 2 minutes, if you play basketball, last 2 minutes for democracy. In my last minute, I just want to tell you about an initiative that aligns with the Internet Governance Forum that was launched last year at the Nobel Summit for the Nobel Peace Summit in DC. This year, over 300 Nobel laureates, civil society groups, the same kind of multi-stakeholder arrangement. We need to come together. We launched a 10-point action plan that has 3 buckets. And these would be the same that you would need to operationalize in every single one of our agreements. The first, stop surveillance for profit. Give us back our lives. 2, stop coded bias. If you are a woman, LGBTQ+, you are further marginalized in the virtual world. And we want a secure, safe, and trustworthy internet. Third, journalism as an antidote to tyranny. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ressa. Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ulrik Vestergaard Knudsen, OECD Deputy Secretary General, to deliver keynote speech. Mr. Knudsen, please.
Thank you very much. It seems I have the opposite challenge compared to the previous speaker, so I will not be tiptoeing. What an honor it is to speak after a Prime Minister and a Nobel Prize winner, and what an honor it is indeed to join this high-level meeting on global AI governance and generative AI, convened in the context of the G7 Hiroshima AI process led by Japan. Thank you very much. Rapid technological transformation is heralding a brand new era of boundless opportunity, and at the same time of great risks. Some even talk about existential threats. Now, my organization, the OECD, was founded over 60 years ago on a simple yet very powerful premise that international cooperation is essential for economic growth and social prosperity. In the decades gone by, we have leveraged evidence-based policy expertise, mutual exchange, data and analysis to keep ahead of the global cross-border challenges. Key examples include codes of liberalization, guidelines for multinational enterprises, and of course the all-famous BEPS inclusive framework of tax with almost 140 tax jurisdictions around the world. To sum it up, through international cooperation and shared values, the OECD's goal has been to drive forward better policies for better lives. And let me be as frank as I can, digital policies are no exception to that. On the contrary, here too, the OECD has delivered landmark international standards. For example, just last year, the Declaration on Government Access to Personal Data held by the private sector entities. These standards, and many others in areas like broadband connectivity, data governance, and digital security, provide guidance to support countries in reaping the benefits of digital transformation, fostering innovation while addressing mitigating risks, advancing responsibility, and promoting trust. In the last decade, we have increasingly dedicated our attention to artificial intelligence. With AI, and in particular with the public availability of generative AI applications, humanity is facing what is really a watershed moment. Our well-being, our economic prosperity, and our very identity, perhaps even as humans, will be affected by the collective action we take today. AI already now demonstrates its revolutionary potential for productivity, for scientific discoveries, healthcare, education, climate change. However, AI also carries significant risks, including to privacy, safety, autonomy, and, to some extent at least, jobs. And as G7 members have underlined, under the Japanese presidency, generative AI creates a real risk of false and misleading content, threatening democratic values and social cohesion. I guess what you could call the upside-down world of Stranger Things from Netflix. Generative AI also raises complex questions of copyright, and the computing power required for its training highlights issues of supply chains, access, and divides. What we need now, ladies and gentlemen, is a global effort for the governance, the safe development and deployment of AI, aligned with human rights and democratic values. The OECD has helped lead the way on AI policy making with the landmark 2019 OECD recommendations on AI, the very first intergovernmental standard on AI. We are now gathering the evidence on AI through the OECD AI Policy Observatory, the framework for classification of AI systems, the catalog of tools and metrics, and also now, latest, the AI Incidence Monitor. These achievements have gained traction and influenced AI policymaking around the world. But with technology developing now at breakneck speed, we need to make collective decisions to ensure this technology will be safe and beneficial to societies. Unfortunately, as you all know, there are many, many questions and not too many answers. Do we need hard rules about the design of AI systems? How do we marshal the innovation, governance, and regulations of AI? Do we use existing approaches and frameworks that have proven effective, from, for example, aeroplanes to food safety? Or do we need radically new approaches? And how do we prepare society for this transition? How do we make sure powerful technology doesn't rest solely in the hands of a few, be that countries or companies? And perhaps most importantly, how do we make sure that we seize the boundless opportunities for people and planet in a just, equitable, and democratic manner? That we don't answer these questions that I raised above with policies that hamper progress. I don't have the answers to all those questions, but I do think I know one thing, that decisions we make in response to these questions require international cooperation and coordination. And it's the ambition of the OECD to work with our international partners to provide the forum and convening power for these discussions, informed by the best possible evidence base. The G7 has a key role. We are here under the auspices of Japan's G7 presidency, and Japan has been a true pioneer and visionary in identifying the policy importance of AI. Japan's 2016 presidency, G7 presidency, really kickstarted development of the AI principles, which then served as the basis for the G20 AI principles under Japan's G20 presidency in 2019. In this vein, the Hiroshima process has set an ambitious and necessary objective: international guiding principles applicable for all AI actors and a code of conduct for organizations developing advanced AI systems. The OECD is very proud to be informing this process in many ways, not least later this year by launching the Global Challenge alongside key partner organizations like UNESCO and others. And we also look forward to providing comprehensive guidance across different actors and different aspects of AI. Before I end, let me say that we cannot advance the global effort on AI governance without effective stakeholder engagement. Multi-stakeholder participation has always been the OECD approach to policy development. Examples include our One AI expert group with over 400 international experts from governments, from industry, from academia, and from civil society. Or the recently launched OECD Global Forum on Technology is another example of this way of building outreach and engagement. Only, honestly, with your involvement, can we develop policies that work for all parts of society. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Hawking defined intelligence, and I quote, as the ability to adapt to change, unquote. Let us continue working together to ensure that our intelligence, both human and artificial, will keep politically pace with developments and continue to guide us responsibly. We simply cannot afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knudsen. Unfortunately, His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio will not be able to stay due to the schedule, so please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Now the panel discussion shall commence. I would like to ask Ms. Emma Risa, Associate Professor, Institute for Future Initiative, the University of Tokyo, to moderate the session. Ms. Emma, floor is yours. Would you please wait for a moment to rearrange the stage? Thank you very much for your patience.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arisa Emma. Emma is my family name. So I am associate professor at the University of Tokyo, and it's a really great honor for me to moderate this great panel session. So first of all, I would like to introduce the panelists. I go from my side to the other end. So the person next to me here is Mr. Nick Clegg, President of Global Affairs, Meta. Then the second person is Mr. Luciano Mazza de Andrade, Director of the Department of Science and Technology and Intellectual Property at the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Brazil. The third person is Ms. Denise Wang, Assistant Chief Executive, Data Innovation and Protection Group, Infocommon Media Development Authority, IMDA, Singapore. The next panelist is Mr. Nazar Patiria, Vice Minister of Communication of Informatics, Indonesia. The next panelist is Mr. Kent Walker, President of Global Affairs, Google and Alphabet. On the right-hand side, we have His Excellency Mr. Suzuki Junji, Minister of Internal Affairs and Communications. The panels next to Minister Suzuki is Mr. Vinton Cerf, IGF Leadership Panel Chair and so-called Father of the Internet. And next to Mr. Cerf, we have Professor Jun Murai from Keio University, as known as Father of Japan's Internet. And last but not least, the panelist on the other end is Ms. Doreen Botgan-Martin, Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. So we have excellent lineup of panelists, but before we jump in the panel discussion, I would like to invite Minister Suzuki to share with us the brief overview of the current state of Hiroshima AI process led by the Japanese government now. So Minister Suzuki, the floor is yours.
はい、皆様おはようございます。総務大臣の鈴木淳二と申します。この度はインターネットガバナンスフォーラム京都2023にご出席いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。またマリアレス様、OECD クヌッセン事務次長におかれましては大変示唆に富む基調講演をいただきまして誠にありがとうございました。さて私からはこの後実施するマルチステークホルダーの皆様とのパネルディスカッションに向けて広島 AI プロセスの議論の状況についてご紹介をさせていただきます。現在急速に発展普及しております生成 AI につきましては経済社会に与えるリスクを軽減しつつ人類に対する恩恵を最大化していくことが私たち国際社会の責務であります。本年4月に開催されました G7 群馬高崎デジタル技術大臣会合では生成 AI のもたらす機会とリスクについて早急に議論を行い OECD や AI に関する官民の国際連携組織である GPay を活用して AI ガバナンス、透明性の促進等の5つの論点を含む生成 AI に関する国際的な議論を行うための場を早急に設けることについて合意いたしました。そして G7 広島首脳コミュニケにおいて広島 AI プロセスとして議論が続けることといたしました。その後9月に広島 AI プロセス G7 デジタル技術閣僚声明を取りまとめ次の点に合意をいたしました。一つ、透明性の確保等の課題に優先的に取り組む必要性。二つ、すべての AI 関係者向けの国際的な指針及び AI 開発者向けの行動規範の策定。三つ、偽情報対策に対する研究の促進等のプロジェクトベースの協力。四つ、G7 の政府以外のステークホルダーとの意見交換の重要性の4点であります。本日のセッションでは現在検討を進めております AI 開発者向けの国際的な指針および行動規範の内容についてパネルにご参加 いただく皆様からご意見を頂戴したいと考えております。AI 開発者向けの国際的な指針は、安全で信頼できる、安全で安心、信頼できる AI の実現に向けて、AI 開発者に求める事項を整理したものであり、開発者に求める具体的なアクションについては、行動規範として打ち出してまいりたいと考えております。まず1点目は、高度な AI システムの社会に対するリスクの軽減措置です。これには AI モデルの市場投入前に、リスクの特定、評価及び低減のために取るべき措置や、市場投入後にもシステムの脆弱性に対応するために取るべき措置が含まれております。AI 開発企業はどのようにリスクや脆弱性を念頭に対策を実施すべきでしょうか。2点目が、高度な AI システムのリスクや適切な使い方に関する情報の公開や関係者間での情報共有です。利用者が安心をして AI システムを利用できますように、企業は安全性評価の結果や AI モデルの能力及び限界等を明らかにする必要があると考えられます。また、プライバシーや AI の管理に関する自社ポリシーを策定し公開することも含まれます。あるいは、さまざまな関係者の間でベストプラクティスを開発、共有するための仕組みを構築することも等も考えられます。3点目が、AI のもたらすリスクを技術的に軽減するための研究や投資の促進であります。例えば、電子透かし技術や情報の来歴管理技術等の AI が生成したコンテンツを利用者が識別できる仕組みの開発や導入等が考えられます。これらのほか、気候変動やグローバルヘルス、教育等の世界が直面をする重要課題に対処するために、高度な AI システムの開発を優先することや、高度な AI システムに入力するデータの適切な取り扱い等も必要になると考えられます。本日の AI 特別セッションは、多様なバックグラウンドを持つ皆様方のご意見を直接お伺いする貴重な機会と考えており、今から行われる議論を心から楽しみに出しております。どうか忌憚のないご意見を賜りますようによろしくお願いします。本日のこのセッションがパネルにご参加いただく皆様だけではなくて、会場およびオンラインで議論をお聞きくださっております方々も含めたすべての皆様にとって有意義な場となることを記念いたしまして、私のご挨拶いたします。よろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for this really informative presentation, Minister Suzuki. So then, I would like to invite our panelists to share their views on some of the important aspects in the Hiroshima AI process from their perspectives. So, and I would like to ask my first question. So what types of AI systems, in particular advanced AI models such as foundation models, are you developing or placing on the market? How are they used? What solutions and benefits do they seek to offer? What do you see as the major risks and challenges are associated with the advanced AI systems you are developing, and how you're addressing those risks and challenges? So I hope this question and answer to this will give us an overview of the current situation of generative AI and foundation model across countries. So I would like to ask this question to two speakers from global AI developers, Google and Meta. So first, President Kent Walker, what is your view on this? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor Emma, and thank you for the chance to be here today. The power of AI is vast, and that is exactly why we think it needs to be developed both boldly and responsibly. AI goes well beyond a chatbot. It has the potential to change the way we do science, the way we develop technology. I thought it was very nice that the rounds of applause for today's panel went to our two technologists joining us here today, because that will be the foundation of the next great technological advance we have. Of course, you've been using AI for a dozen years if you've used Google Search or Translate or Maps, but it's going to go well beyond that now. We are seeing dramatic advances that are going to change quantum mechanics, quantum science, materials science, precision agriculture, personalized medicine, bring water, clean water to people around the world. The potential is extraordinarily exciting. Just one example, our DeepMind team has helped fold proteins, understand how proteins express themselves for the 200 million proteins known to science. That would have taken hundreds of millions of years for biologists to do. It's as though you took every man, woman, and child in Japan and trained them to be a biologist and then had them do nothing but fold proteins for 3 years. And as a result, these tools are now being used by more than 1 million researchers around the world to help advance the study of medicine. And there are many more advances like that coming. But at the same time, we recognize that all of the opportunity agenda must also be balanced by a responsibility agenda and a security agenda. And it's not for one company or even one group of companies to do alone. We have worked together across the industry on groups like the Frontier Model Forum, the Partnership on AI, ML Commons, and more to develop frameworks, norms for the right kinds of research we need to do, the right standards that need to be applied. And beyond that, we need the role of government and all of you, civil society, for the frameworks that are going to matter to everybody on the planet. This is why we salute and appreciate the leadership of Japan and the Hiroshima process to drive forward with an innovation agenda that recognizes the opportunity, but also the need for thoughtful balance and the hard trade-offs that we'll need democracies to exchange ideas about. How do you balance security versus openness? How do you balance the various notions of efficiency and equity in these different tools? These are fundamental and important questions, and we welcome the participation of groups like the IGF who have brought wisdom to those debates over the internet as we apply them to this latest and great round of new technology.
Thank you very much, President Walker. Then I would like to invite President Nick Clegg. What is your view? You also have 5 minutes.
So, as Ken said, I mean, AI, of course, is not new. It's been talked about since the 1950s, and companies like Google, like Meta, like others, sort of research-heavy organizations have been conducting research using AI and integrating it into their products for many, many years. But clearly, this latest development of these large language models is a qualitative and quantitative, because they're very expensive, you need a lot of compute power and a lot of data, leap forward. So we're all asking ourselves in forums like this and many other forums, is it good, is it bad, how is it going to reshape the world? There's been quite a lot of breathless, somewhat hyperbolic predictions about what might happen in the future, and I would really venture 3 points at this stage. Firstly, where possible, and I think the Deputy Secretary General asked this, is this technology going to be for the many or for the few? Where possible, it is desirable, in my view, that this technology should be shared, that there should be open innovation, there should be open sourcing as much as possible of these foundation models. Companies like Meta, like Google, I don't want to speak for Google, but in Meta's case, over the last decade, we have open sourced over 1,000 AI databases and models. It's not always appropriate. Sometimes there are reasons not to do it. But where possible, the more that this technology can be shared, because otherwise the risk is it really is technology which is only developed by a very small number of highly resourced institutions, public and private institutions around the world, with deep enough pockets, with enough GPU capacity, and with enough large-scale data to get their hands on. And that's why we, for instance, have open-sourced our large language model, Llama 2, and we have around 30 million uses of it already from researchers, innovators, and developers around the world, including here in China. So that's the first point. The second point is, it is human nature to worry about the worst. But I think it's also worth remembering that AI is also it's a sword, not just a shield. If I look, for instance, at the work of Meta in social media and the constant adversarial work we have to do to try and minimize bad content, hate speech, for instance. The prevalence of hate speech, and this is publicly available audited data, on Facebook now stands at somewhere between 0.01% and 0.02%. So that means if you're constantly scrolling on Facebook for far too long than you should, you would find maybe 1 or 2 bits of hate speech out of every 10,000 bits of content that you might find. I wish it would be 0, but it's never going to be 0 because, remember, it's legal speech. But here's the point. That is down by it's down by about 60% just over the last 18 to 24 months for one reason alone, which is AI. So AI, yes, of course, that it poses new challenges. It's also a fantastic tool for us to do, as the Prime Minister himself said, to minimize the bad and amplify the good. And then the final thing I would say is this. As we grapple with risks, yes, there's been lots of talk about long-term potential existential risks. The prospect of so-called autonomous AI or general AI, which will sort of develop an autonomy and agency of its own. But there are things we need to do now, which as mentioned earlier, we need to have some kind of agreement across the industry and with governments and with stakeholders on how we identify the provenance and we can detect AI-generated content. Not text content, that's not possible, but certainly visual content. The more you can have uniform standards developed quickly, the safer that all those elections that people have talked about, which are taking place next year, will take place. So I think it's important to focus on the here and now, not just on the theoretical tomorrow.
Very much, Mr. Clegg. I believe that everyone has lots of questions, but there's a lots of questions I have today. So now I move on to the second question. So in this previous question, we heard that AI companies are developing highly advanced AI systems and various applications. At the same time, they are making efforts to respond to risks and challenges brought by generative AI. So the guiding principles and code of conduct for organizations developing advanced AI systems set out how organizations should take measures and actions against risks and challenges prior to the model release and market placement, and should continue to work on addressing vulnerabilities and mitigating risks after the release. What risks and challenges do you think are most important for those organizations to address in their efforts? What technical measures and actions do you think to be most effective? I would like to invite Mr. Nizal to answer this question and give your insight. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, allow me to thank the organizer of the session for the opportunity to be in the same stage with honorable presenters today to share about artificial intelligence, a hot topic recently. The development of AI has greatly improved efficiency across commercial sectors. In 2021, AI added 26.7 million workers in Indonesia, or equivalent to 22% of the workforce. Yet, we must acknowledge that AI also comes with various risks, such as privacy, intellectual property violations, the potential of biases, as well as hallucinations that requires our attention. Against such backdrop, Indonesia believes we must intensify our approaches on mitigating the risk of AI, both at policy and practical levels. One of the milestone evidence such commitment was made 4 years ago in Japan, when we supported the G20 AI principle during Japan G20 presidency to set a common understanding on the principles of AI. With the recently issued the G7 Hiroshima process, as previously presented by Minister Suzuki, the effort to involve different stakeholders, even beyond G7 members, are applaudable. The urgently growing need to establish governance to mitigate various risks that AI, specifically on the generative AI, has demanded us, the global community, to act promptly, but not recklessly. Indonesia is also not waiting in silence. We have begun the development of our AI governance ecosystem from 2020 through several policies, namely National Strategy of Artificial Intelligence, outlining roadmap on the development of AI governance ecosystem in Indonesia. Secondly, standard classification of business line for business developing AI-based programming and provision for automated personal data protection under law on personal data protections. Though not specifically addressing AI-based personal data processing, it provides foundation for more complex personal data processing activities. Last but not least, we are also in the process of developing a circular letter on artificial intelligence ethics that is hoped to embody principles from prominent global references infused with our local wisdom to respond to the demand of AI governance. Ladies and gentlemen, we understand that the government cannot act alone. As such, in the process of improving our governance, we invite the involvement from various stakeholders to contribute on the development of our policies as well as ecosystem. Specifically, we are in the pursuit of exploring use cases, potential risks, as well as approaches and technologies to mitigate risks of AI utilizations. We also cognizant that AI governance itself is not sufficient to mitigate the risks and threat of AI. We still need additional provisions to ensure positive impact of AI for everyone. This includes the implementation of supportive policies encompassing areas such as the content moderation, ensuring fairness and non-discrimination in the market, as well as digital literacy effort. Against such backdrop, Indonesia is ready to further the discussion of AI global governance, especially to play the role as bridge builder between various countries with different maturity level of AI to ensure our AI utilization might advance the well-being of our society now in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nazal. So I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Matza.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I think one main things we must to realize as a challenge is how we can bring more voices from developing countries into this debate. And that's very hard because sometimes given the sheer complexity of the issues at hand, is not something that's very simply done. So while thanking very much the Japanese government for the kind invitation to be here today, I want to commend it for the open way and inclusive way it's making, the efforts making to make this process as open and inclusive as possible. I think that's very important. I think we must be realistic about the huge asymmetries in the AI landscape and how they affect the way different countries and actors approach this issue when it comes to discussing risks and mitigation measures. Large language models have been developed by few companies based in very few countries. Of course, being mostly G7 countries, the Hiroshima process may be of particular relevance considering this status quo. In any event, we're talking about a very concentrated market. That may change the future. Hopefully it will, but that's the reality today. So from our perspective, I think organizations, that was touched upon before from other colleagues, organizations, particularly in the developing world, should be mindful of the need to bring a sense of local ownership to the countries and communities where they operate. In the sense, one of the main issues will be, I think, the adaptation of those models to local realities. And crucially here, I think there is an issue of how to adjust the training of the models with data that is more reflective of local circumstances. I think that's a main topic that must be addressed. Also essential, in our views, to incentivize and strengthen local innovation ecosystems in order to allow for the development of a growing number of applications by domestic companies. Countries should strive to have dynamic AI ecosystems, even if they're not able to have their own, let's say, open AI style companies, but we know that would be unrealistic to expect. So we believe that this effort to incentivizing local ecosystems would be a possible way forward with a view to democratizing this market that, as I said, is very concentrated today. Another topic I wanted to raise is when it comes to risks and mitigation of risks, we think it's important to widen a little bit the scope of what we understand by risks. We should not lose sight of the big risks that AI has of exponentially amplifying economic, social, and digital divides between developed and developing countries. This should be counted as a risk. So we have seen from some time now that there's a concept of safety by design that is well accepted by many actors in this field. They are working on it. We should also work on the notion that new technologies, including AI models, should be inclusive by design, in a way that social and digital inclusion should not be an afterthought, but should be at the forefront of our considerations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matsa. Now, I would like to move on to the question 3. So we heard that the draft guiding principles and draft code of conduct include principles and actions for AI developers to responsibly share information on security and safety risks posed by the models, the measures taken to address these risks, and to publish transparency reports and to establish and disclose privacy policies and AI governance policies. What information do you think those organizations should be encouraged to share, and with who? What elements do you think should be included in transparency reports? How can information sharing be best done along the value chain, especially with downstream developers who further develop and fine-tune models? So I would like to invite Chair Vint Cerf to give your answer to this. So you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say I'm very, very grateful to the Prime Minister for his opening observations about AI and the Internet Governance Forum. I found them most hopeful and very encouraging. I also would like to point out to you some parallels. First of all, the Internet is simply a very large software artifact. So is artificial intelligence and machine learning. As a young programmer, I became fascinated by the idea that you could use software to create your own little universe, and it would do what you told it to do. Then I discovered that it does what you told it to do, but not necessarily what you wanted it to do. And the difference between those two is called a bug. And I discovered how easy it was to create bugs and how hard it was to find them and fix them in the software. So why is that relevant? I think all the things that you are hearing about artificial intelligence and machine learning apply generally to software. And so we should be thinking about not just the rules for AI and ML development, but also generally software. We have become intensely dependent on software. It is by far the most powerful and adaptable technology ever created, and I would argue that the machine learning world has taken a step beyond that. But with dependency comes risk, and you've heard that theme repeatedly. The result is that the risks are a function of the application to which the machine learning and AI models are put. And this leads to the question about single points of failure and the side effects of becoming increasingly dependent on these pieces of software. That leads to a very important point about responsibility and the responsible development and use of software. It leads to questions of ethics in research and academia. What kind of research do you perform and under what conditions? How does business apply and use these artificial intelligence and machine learning tools and software in general? And finally, how are these systems governed? And we've been hearing some major and important initiatives. Now, to come to your specific question about information sharing, there are several obvious things that we would want to share. The first one is the source of the training material. Where did this content come from? When these machine learning systems are actually used, it's important to have some idea of how the source material was actually applied, and so we can have some sense of judgment about the quality of the resulting system. We also need to be able to understand under what conditions these systems will misbehave. It's become more and more difficult to predict because the systems are so complex and their function is less like the if-then-else kinds of software that I grew up with and more like a highly probabilistic system that has a probability of being correct and a probability of being not correct. So if we're going to share information, we should be able to share our experiences. We should be able to alert the consumers and users of these applications as to the potential hazards that they might encounter. I would like to applaud the European Union's effort to grade the risk factors of applications. So there are some high-risk applications like healthcare, health advice, medical diagnosis, which should get considerably more scrutiny, the software that's used to provide those services, whereas if it's just entertainment, perhaps the risk factor is lower. I suspect I've run way over my time, as I can see our moderator wielding her microphone. So I'll stop there and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vinsoff. I wish I had more time. However, now I would like to invite Ms. Won to respond to the same question.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Japanese government, our host country. Singapore has always cared a lot about AI governance. We had an AI model governance framework in 2018, which we updated in 2022, and are now working on the next update. In June of this year, we launched the AI Verify Open Source Foundation to have a conversation and a global platform for discussion on AI governance issues. And we also wrote a discussion paper highlighting some of the risks and issues, as well as practical solutions to deal with generative AI, its risks and potential pathways forward. Specifically on this question, we do think that there is space for policymakers and industries to co-create a shared responsibility framework as a first step in order to clarify the responsibilities of all parties in the model development lifecycle, as well as the safeguards and measures that they need to respectively undertake. Now, there is some useful information that can be shared especially by model developers. For example, information about how their models are developed and tested, as well as transparency on the type of training data sets used. Specifically to the end user, information can be provided, for example, limitations on the performance of models, as well as information on how and whether data input by a user into the model will be used by developers to further enhance the model. We do think such a shared responsibility framework, which is common in the world of software development, will allow us to parse out the different responsibilities and admittedly having a layer of complexity because of the foundational nature of these models. But we do think that for clarity, establishing standardized information to be shared about the model will allow deployers and end users to make proper risk assessments. We do agree that labeling and watermarking of AI-generated content will allow consumers of content to make more informed decisions and choices, and there is certainly much to commend a globally and internationally aligned efforts with many stakeholders involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Won. And I would like to move on to the next question. So the guiding principles and code of conduct include principles and actions for AI developers to invest it and develop security measures as well as technical measures for content authentication, such as watermarking and content provenance mechanism and data input control measures. What types of measures do you think would be most effective for organizations to invest in or develop? So now I would like to invite President Walker again to respond to this question. So President Walker, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The large language models that we're seeing today come out of a problem in search. Originally in search, you're trying to take a word and search the internet for matching words, and then you realize you need to search for synonyms, and then for related concepts. How does the King of England relate to the Queen of Spain? Research that was being done about a dozen years ago mapped every word in English and then ultimately in many languages around the world in mathematical terms, in vectors. And then about 5 or 6 years ago, further research that was published helped identify something called transformers, an architecture which allowed us to understand all the richness in human language, and soon to be 1,000 languages around the world. Now, we've learned many things in working with content on the internet that will carry over to these new challenges of security and content authenticity. So for example, when it comes to security, we believe that we need to work collectively. We have proposed something called a Safe AI framework, SAFE for short, that establishes an ecosystem approach to making sure that model weights and other core information are kept secure when necessary, but to Nick's point, made open and available when possible. When it comes to authentication of these tools, there are a number of efforts we are progressing. We have an effort called SynthID that identifies video and images that are available at the pixel level. So even if they're transformed or turned upside down or changed in different colors, you can still authenticate where they came from. A second effort has to do with about this image in search, allowing you to understand the provenance of when an image was first uploaded to the internet. And finally, we have adopted a new policy that requires the disclosure of the use of generative AI for election ads in ways that are misleading or that could change the results of elections. These efforts, and many more like them across the industry, will be an important part of answering this question of how do we make sure we can trust the products of AI. But at the same time, I must say that something can be authenticated and still false. And so we collectively, and all of the people around the world, we need to educate ourselves.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. We have about 23 people in the room and 22 people online, so I think certainly quorum to get started. This session is on public-private data partnerships with a particular focus on the global south, the majority world. We are going to talk about the practical problems and possibilities around public sector and private sector and civil society working together using data to achieve various development objectives, particularly the SDGs. We know the argument that data is essential for understanding where we are in achieving the SDGs and sometimes to actually achieving the SDGs. So not just for monitoring it, but for achieving it as well. We have two speakers next to me. Here, I will introduce each one very briefly because everyone's bio is online. And we have 4 speakers online and an online moderator. So I will first invite Philip Schonrock, who's the director of CEPE, an independent think tank that works through field-based analysis and high-level advocacy to scale up the participation of Latin America and Caribbean within the global development agendas, to set the stage about why on earth do we even need to talk about this public-private data partnerships. Philip, over to you.
Well, good morning, Kelani, to you. A very early morning from Cali, Colombia, and I'm happy to join you today. And I'm going right in to what my colleague Kelani just mentioned. 5 think tanks and universities from across the regions, and especially the Global South, as it was mentioned. We came together with the support of IDRC to understand one main point, which was the extent of which the private sector data-related contributions to the public policy in the Global South are adding value. Very specifically, we will be talking about our exploration into 3 concrete phases. The extent first to which and how the private sector has contributed to the so-called data revolution of the SDGs. The second point is their contribution to good data governance practices. And last but not least, we will be talking today about the challenges that we are facing, not only from the private sector, but especially from government and civil society, attempting to use and to work together on the sources of data. I believe, most importantly, to let my colleagues talk and see what we actually found out through a mapping exercise in 5 regions, in 8 case studies with companies in looking at how we actually are able to produce much better value if we monitor and document these actions. And I will, before giving over to Elani, I believe it is important to mention that across all regions in the Global South, the most successful examples that we have found in public-private data initiatives are the ones which partners have invested first time, efforts, and needed to establish a proof of concept, build trust, and adapt and iterate the value proposition over time. And I believe, Elani, I will turn over to you in mentioning the significant challenges to initiating that we had, completing and monitoring, and especially in scaling up private public data initiatives, because the lack of coherence that we found across under development and standards operating procedures needed to develop them. So this is all from my side, Elani. I will hand over to you because a lot of our colleagues will be sharing their insights with us now. So over to you, and thank you for giving me the floor.
Let me ask you a quick rebuttal question before we move on to the next speaker. Wasn't this started with a lot of hype that the private sector would be a huge partner in the SDGs in monitoring? So, I mean, we're still talking about it 7 years from everyone collectively not achieving the SDGs. Is that why this is really important now? Or shouldn't this have already happened? I mean, private sector should be working quite efficiently with public sector?
Yes, we should. And it is not still happening on the, we are still on the hype, but not on the how. I believe we have had quite a lot of good examples, but what we have had is not an enabling environment where the private sector comes together with the other actors. I believe this is something we have seen throughout the last 7 years, that this hype has not brought together actually the data community and the tech community with the official statistics to close data gaps. And I believe the most important thing to say here is the hype has not remained. It has been losing ground, and we are not closing still the data gaps that we need. Good examples are out there. We will show them, but it's imperative that we have these partnerships, especially in the global south, in order to help us in those data gaps like climate change, poverty, inequality, and that's where we are still missing the point. And like I said, we are not seeing the enabling environment at all levels in order to connect.
Thank you, Philip. I've now asked Isuru Samaratunga, who's sitting on my right, your left. He's a research manager at Learn Asia, which is a pro-poor, pro-market think tank working in South Asia and Southeast Asia. Isuru leads Learn Asia's qualitative research work across a range of digital technology policy issues. What we've asked him to do is to frame the discussion by summarizing some of the findings of this Global South study to understand the state of play through some evidence.
Yep. Thank you, Helani, and hope you can see my slides. Yes. So actually, Philip talked about like why public-private data partnerships are important in Global South. So let me take you through some of key findings of our research that we did on public-private data partnerships. So just for you to give you the context, I mean, from this study, we tried to explore the private sector involvement in data-related initiatives. Also then how those initiatives can have an impact on public policies as well. Again, we looked at like how these public-private data partnerships can be contributed to achieve SDGs, as well as if you want to monitor such achievements, how these partnerships can be helped as well. So our study spanned across 5 regions in the Global South. So these are the countries and the regions that we covered. And so if I tell you a little bit about the methodology that we followed, so we had 2 work streams to gather data for this particular study. So first one was like structured mapping study of public-private data partnerships in the Global South. So there we covered 94 countries, and also we found 394 data actions. So when I say data actions, that included things like capacity building and skill sharing, and also like data collaboration, data governance, data mapping, things like that. And so the second part of this particular study was kind of a qualitative study that we did. So we selected a few, I would say like 8 cases from our mapping study, and we did in-depth case study based on our mapping study findings, as well as thinking of the diversity of these data partnerships also. So that case, 8 case studies also covered 5 regions. And so let me take you through some of key findings of this particular study. So we saw that not all the SDGs are important as same. So we saw across all the regions, climate actions, sustainable cities and communities, and also good health, well-being are the most prioritized or the common SDGs that were focused through these public-private data partnerships. And also, if you take how these SDGs were prioritized by different regions, you see there is a different. For example, like in Africa, you see that good health and well-being has become the most important thing. And also in Asia, it is zero hunger and sustainable cities and communities. But if you go to Caribbean region, that's obviously the quality education. But if you take LATAM and MENA regions, more or less it is climate actions that got the attention in data actions. So what we found from these work streams were mainly like there is a tangible value or real world value of these public-private data partnerships. So it helps you to monitor and also achieve sustainable development goals. So we did this study after the pandemic situation, and we saw really how that, the common thread or the crisis helped on crisis made different parties to come into partnerships. And if I'm giving you a example from Nepal, where we had an earthquake in 2015, where that when people wanted to, when after the crisis, when the vulnerable communities, where they are those things, when the government wanted to find out, the data analytics helped in that front. And but also successful partnerships can take time, and it needs trust building. So because these sort of like partnerships need sometimes need a lot of time, because you need partnership building, and there are sometimes you need to have like a dedicated person from, it can be from the private company or from the government organization. And also we are seeing that large firms with global reach are better able to sustain such relationships. And also it is good if there is a legal framework that can be in those countries that can enable the partnerships. And also we saw that some partnerships mostly depend on like personal kind of relationships. So we saw some partnerships hadn't achieved the goals because of a certain changes, and also due to the informality of those partnerships had. So we suggest kind of like a standard operating procedure that might help on those things. And also the government like to engage with private sector data that have like multiple that have an impact on multiple policy areas. For example, one study in Indonesia, where we found that a big data analysis of public transport users in Jakarta city, where that analysis helped the government to not only to plan their public transport, but also to understand the demographics of the people who are using the public transport. For example, like the gender, and also the vulnerability, the disabilities of these people, and the persons who are using the public transport as well. So that helped a lot in many fronts. And so this brokerage role, it can change, it can help the public-private partnerships. When I say brokerage role, it is like as a mediator or kind of a facilitator, you connect the public sector and the private sector, because there are like gaps, for example, like skill gaps and also capacity gaps as well. So these brokerage entities can fulfill those gaps, and the bridge can be really success, and also can provide good insights into data and the analytics as well. So also again, like providing technical infrastructure also important. That also can be provided by the brokerage brokers in certain occasions. So these are the like main findings that we can share with you from our this study, but happy to answer any questions if you have. Thank you.
So Isuru, I'm guessing when you did this mapping study, companies and initiatives don't go and say, oh, we're working on this SDG. They're working on some partnerships, right? So what do? You go and try and read through it and try and assign some SDG, like in that chart that you showed us?
Yeah, exactly. So we saw that some organizations, they do a lot of good work, but they don't know that it can be contributing to one or two or multiple, like a SDG. So in that case, we need to, I mean, from research perspective, if I say, we had kind of a definition on like how to identify these SDGs and their contribution to certain, achievements and all that. So we did that classification and see where the most of like outcomes of those actions are aligned with SDG, and then that's how we did that.
Yeah. I'm going to come next to Mike Flanagan, who is joining us online. He is the Corporate Vice President at Microsoft, and he leads customer success and services globally for Microsoft's commercial customers and products. And Microsoft is one of the companies that came up repeatedly in some of the studies, I think, that you were showing. Interestingly, not just about sharing data, but doing a lot more of the data action, setting the standards, providing infrastructure, providing capacity building, and so on, and across all the regions. So Mike, you don't run a philanthropy, you run a commercial business. How does Microsoft, and perhaps other organizations, but certainly yours, how do you look at this trade-off between generating revenue and what looks like philanthropic activity, which is a government or a civil society organization comes knocking and says, we've got a problem, your data can really help us understand where we are or solve that problem?
I think for us, partially it starts with culture and the belief that companies that can do more should do more. And certainly Microsoft is in a very fortunate position in terms of our ability to do more. You'll notice in all of our disclosures, for example, in corporate social responsibility, we do actually map a lot of the work that we do back directly to the SDGs. And because of the way in which we track our work against those, we are not only very proud of what we're able to do, but we're able to track a lot of the work that we do back to the direct impact. I think in the past fiscal year for us, we supported nonprofits around the world with nearly $4 billion in discounts and donations, which many technology providers do. But going beyond that, we also have created the Microsoft Cloud for Nonprofits, which is bringing all of our product capabilities together, but around a common data model for nonprofits that brings together data sources for the purposes that most nonprofits need, things like attracting and growing their donors, delivering their programs at scale, engaging with their audiences. These are things that are common and require a common data model. But we pair that work that we've done around the data and the data modeling with discounts and such, so that not only are we providing commercially more approachable technology solutions, we're doing that in a way that also empowers through common data models it to be easier for nonprofits to achieve their mission with a lower overall investment from their organization. And so, for Microsoft, we don't see them as mutually exclusive. We believe that a lot of the work that we do in enabling the commitments that we make around philanthropy actually not only does good for the world, but it ultimately helps our commercial objectives. And then, we also, as I mentioned, believe that through our commercial objectives, we have a responsibility to give back. One of the things that we talk a lot about is data, and I mentioned some of the data modeling that we're doing. I think over the past 3 years, Microsoft has launched 23 different collaborations around data across nonprofits, universities, companies, and governments that help promote access to data. One of the things that we've learned from that is that, while open data is really important for impact, data doesn't always have to be fully open in order to be useful. So sometimes even if data can't be made public due to privacy or commercial sensitivities, there are ways that that data can be used in a more open way so that we can break down some of the silos. And I think that's one of the areas in which we need to continue to do more.
And one of the things, I think, given Microsoft's sort of size and large market shares, what you say makes total sense, because eventually, even if the market capture is in 10 years, you can afford to make those kinds of investments. But I'm curious how it works inside the company. At a large company, the marketing guys are probably on a quarterly sort of bonus or annual bonus scheme, right? The other feedback of the long-term market opening up, because let's say you go into a relatively low digital connectivity country, eventually you'll gain high market share for Microsoft products by helping this country achieve some of the digital SDGs. But that's a sort of a different time frame. Is there a conflict of incentives inside among different sort of business units? And how do you deal with it?
I mean, of course, there are the realities of the obligations that we have to our shareholders, but part of what we are extremely clear about is that our shareholders expect that, by and large, economic growth must be inclusive. So, we don't hear from our shareholders that it's all about profit, and so our executives and our people in the way that their compensation is structured also do not hear that it's all about profit. We believe, of course, that we have responsibilities commercially, but that as we achieve our economic growth as a company, that must be inclusive. So we have to help individuals and organizations and communities to succeed, because ultimately, if we are doing the things that that we need to do, the commercial results will come from that. But also, we will have a world that is more more equitable and better for all of us to operate in. If I think about the skills that we need to build around the world, we have a huge gap in skills today around technology in general, around data in general. Cybersecurity and AI are particularly acute areas of need, where if we don't help with building those skills and helping train people for the jobs of the future, ultimately we won't have the people that we need to do the work that fuels our future growth. So we see a lot of those investments not only as good for the world, but also good for the future of the company. And so I think those short and long-term objectives can be balanced by commercial organizations.
Thank you, Mike. I'm going to ask Darlington Okongo, who is joining us online. He's the founder and CEO of many companies, including Mino Health AI Labs and others that are working in the AI space. He also, interestingly, is lead, for example, he's lead for the topic group on AI for radiology at the ITU and the WHO, focus group on artificial intelligence and health. So he straddles this sort of very specific AI in a local market, as well as this global multilateral data, health, and agriculture kind of roles. So given these two roles, Darlington, if you can hear me, could you talk about the biggest sort of challenges in forming partnerships? We know AI is driven by data, and your companies may also be producing data. What are the challenges, and are they different at a very local, national level versus maybe at an international level where you're trying to do something for the globe? Thank you.
Right. I mean, thank you for having me. That's a very interesting question. So the starting point is this. public sector, say government, usually have the reach and the access. So, if you're looking at the government of a country and you want to do something in agriculture, for example, we did a project in agriculture, the government has extension officers in every district of the country. You in the private sector probably don't have that reach, or it takes a very long time to build that reach. What the private sector really offers, especially if you're looking at startups, is innovation. So they can come up with how to, better leverage that access to create new data, create solutions out of it. So that's the major opportunity that lies there. Now, the challenges is that because, public sector is different, private sector is different, usually there's a language barrier. And what I mean by that is, public sector communicate a certain way. They go about things in a certain way. There are certain, procedures, which for a private sector entity can be quite frustrating to deal with or even understand. And sometimes it feels like, you're speaking different languages. And so that's the largest challenge I see. Sometimes too, you need to make it clear what are the incentives from both sides. Because if it's not clear, then it leads to this problematic back and forth where, the government has a certain angle to what they want from the partnership, private sector wants a certain angle. But the language barrier and all of this can usually be solved if you have a facilitating person or entity. So for us, for example, we have someone who has had years of working within that space. They were the regional director of AstraZeneca and have done a lot of PPP partnerships. And so when we brought them in, they facilitate all the, public sector engagement for us. But also sometimes you can have international development agencies that are funding projects that require PPP. In that case, they can facilitate that kind of relationship because they have extensive years of working with private sector, as well as extensive years of working with a government. But to highlight just two of this success, so I mentioned one in agriculture. We formed a partnership that was actually both government and then public university, and then ourselves. And we're able to collect data across every single region of Ghana, which is about 16 regions. And then we replicated this in 4 different African countries. And so this was for disease and pest data sets, which was a project funded by Lacuna Fund. And this data set was then used to build AI solutions to help farmers. And out of this, we ended up creating the largest disease and pest data sets in the world. It wouldn't have been possible if we didn't have that PPP. And in healthcare, we built AI systems now that are able to interpret medical images to support detection and everything. And we've now formed partnership with public health institutions that are giving us access to about 100 years of data on Africans. And we are using this data now to build, large language models, something similar to, let's say, GPT-4, but then for healthcare, for radiology, all the other sectors combined. And outside of that, we wouldn't have had access to that data because, you need a public institution that has been around for years to then give you access to that data. And then, you find out how it can be beneficial to them. So when we build these AI solutions, sometimes the public institutions that give us this data use the AI system for free without having to pay us. So there has to be clear objective, clear incentives.
And I'm guessing this is anonymized and not personally identifiable data, but that would be one of the policy challenges, particularly in the health sector, less so in agriculture. Do you come across these, and how do you deal with that kind of problems, policy?
Exactly, yes. So one starting point is data protection laws. You have to look at the data protection laws within the country you're operating in. And for most of them, they would usually tell you PII should not be something that, you should be dealing with. You should try to anonymize the data. And so Ghana, for example, has had data protection laws for several years now, and it's quite clear what you can do. You need the consent of users if you need to, access certain data, even if you anonymize it and everything. So yeah, you have to look at those laws. They are important. But the issue sometimes is that some countries don't have data protection laws. But just to be on the safe side, just take the standard. If you want to use GDPR, which is one of the most, well-defined versions, you can take it and leverage it, and just, in the future, you don't want to create issue, because in healthcare, for example, you are building solutions that are beneficial to people, but at the same time, you don't want to have to do it in a way that is irresponsible, because at the end, it will cause damages to even your good intentions become muddied by, bad outcomes. So just to be on the safe side, even if there are no regulations that are preventing you from doing it, just do the right thing. It saves you in the long term.
Thank you, Darlington. We now come to Dr. Mona Dimaidi, who is an entrepreneur and women's rights advocate, and from the An-Najah National University in the state of Palestine, who is now joining us online. Mona, you are also an AI researcher. What do you think, given your sort of professional as well as the academic background, and you've worked in multiple countries, right? What do you think are the big challenges in international collaborations on data sharing, particularly when it comes to AI research and applications?
Thank you so much for your question. I'm very happy to be with all of you today. So I'll start by saying that we all know that AI research is based on data and having access to data. So international collaboration and data sharing is super important to achieve such good research. So the way I see it is that it's super important to have that kind of collaboration and data sharing for many reasons. And I'll start by having access to diverse data resources. So international collaboration could help us understand more the local context of different countries, understand more the local challenges of each single country, and to work around it. The other main important part in international collaboration is having that kind of pooling resources. So AI research in general, it needs a lot of computational resources, talent, power, and having that kind of sharing resources is super important. Another one important aspect is the cross-cultural understanding. So the way we work now in terms of research, each country is actually focusing on its own challenges, trying to capture the data in its own context. However, having that kind of international collaboration is super important to ensure that our research is actually getting into a global aspect, and it's also addressing challenges which we're going to be surprised that most of us are facing it regardless of the countries we're visiting, living in. So it's very important to have that kind of cross-cultural understanding. The other main important part of having that kind of international collaboration is the ethics part. Like most countries now, that they have the AI national strategies coming out and AI policies. And one thing that we're still struggling at is the ethical part. How will we ensure that we're actually addressing transparency? How are we ensuring that we're addressing gender equality regarding the data and the resources we're working on? So having that kind of international collaboration will help us address such an issue, and it's also going to help us in terms of data privacy and security. So you asked me at the challenges and obstacles. I think what we're still facing in terms of research and international collaboration is there is still no structured pipeline between these countries on how to do the data sharing, what kind of policies and data security things we need to focus on, how are we addressing ethics, what kind of data could we work on. Like each country has its own legal framework and its own policies. So how could we ensure that we're actually interacting with each other in a very transparent way, and we're using the data also and deploying the data in a way which actually takes into consideration different aspects of the data. So I think these are the main challenges I'm thinking about. However, again, there's a lot of opportunities actually in having that kind of international collaboration.
So interestingly, there are data protection laws that are coming up in some countries without any exceptions for taking the data out, even for research purposes, without journalistic, exceptions and so on. So you just can't transfer that. So who do you work with across borders? Is it other researchers? And also in terms of techniques, does that mean you have to use sort of sophisticated federated learning kind of things which keep the data in the countries but still allows you to use it? Or do you have to get special permission to transfer data across the countries?
So in the MENA region context, we work mostly with researchers from other countries. That's the main part. The main issues we're still facing is that a lot of the MENA countries in the MENA region, they still don't have that kind of legal framework related to data privacy and protection and data access. So this is still a huge challenge. So the way we actually play around it is either we have that kind of consent agreements with the private sector we're working with. That's one way to look at it. And another thing is that we usually do the analysis and deployment on their own frameworks and platforms without actually taking the data out. And one main issue we're still facing is also the lack of awareness in terms of, so yes, we want to do that kind of research where we go and approach the private sector in the MENA region. There is still a lack of awareness on what kind of applications we could apply the AI on. They're not that much comfortable in actually providing us with their data. And even if they do, they're super cautious on how the data is going to be used, how it's going to be beneficial from them. The good news is that we did some kind of, I'll say, very good proof of concepts in terms of having international collaboration in the MENA region. So recently we actually deployed an AI bootcamp across the MENA region in which we brought the governmental, private sector and international experts all together in one small platform to give us more understanding about where we're going, what is the current challenges from the governmental and private sectors, how we could play around, what kind of rules and regulations are we still missing, and all of that. And the good news is that there's a lot of promises coming from these sectors. However, we still need to consider the ethical and legal framework in a more cautious way, especially in the MENA region.
Thank you, Mona. We finally come to Rodrigo. So Rodrigo, we heard about the really important role that sort of brokers play in the stuff that Isuru was presenting. And we certainly saw in one of the case studies that he was referring to, like Pulse Lab Jakarta was part of the UN system, had enormous convening power and brought together the government of Indonesia, who were data users and wanted to understand what was happening in the country, and private sector partners, including telecom companies, social media companies, etc., and brokered the deal and also provided the expertise. So it sounds to me a little bit like, somewhat of your role. So you're the senior program manager at the Trust for Americas, a not-for-profit affiliated with the Organization of American States, which is the intergovernmental body. So in your experience, what does it take to actually bring these partnerships into life, and how do you approach this?
Yes, thank you, and thank you again for inviting us and considering the Trust for this case study. So first, for understanding a little bit better my points, we need to have a context of the Latin American and the Caribbean region as one of the most unequal regions in the world that faces different challenges around the data ecosystem and across different countries, especially in the Caribbean. So the data ecosystem in Latin America has relatively little participation from the private sector, and that is something evident in all the regional conferences around open government and open data. So I would like to just make 3 points or highlight the 3 main findings of the case study that resonates the most with the work we are doing in the region. The first one is one of the points that Philip just mentioned when he started the presentation. That's the most successful examples of public-private data initiatives are one in which the partners have invested time and effort to establish a proof of concept, build trust, and adapt and iterate the value proposition over time. And this is especially true for us at the Trust, as we have a distinctive operating model that focused on basically on the final beneficiary and in vulnerable communities. And this is especially important in the fact that Mike just mentioned in terms of tackling the gap in skills that we face in the region. So we as a non-profit organization affiliated with a multilateral organization as the Organization of American States, we try to implement different projects aligned to the mandates of development, human rights, and democracy. But we also have a strong DNA in the private sector component. We, as an organization, were created as part of the OES, but as an arm of the private sector to participate in development initiatives. So that is why I think it's important in the case study where you mentioned the importance of this convening organization and the role in mobilizing private sector actors. One of the main examples that we have is the Democratizing Innovation in the Americas program that mainly focuses on capacity building in digital skills and data literacy, promoting co-creation processes and the developing of local solutions to local problems. And this specific initiative has been supported by private companies such as Microsoft for the last couple of years, City Foundation, but also has an important role in terms of involving local government, local private sector, civil society organizations, and academia as well. In these past 9 years, we have impacted over 11,000 beneficiaries, mainly youth, but also a representative from civil society, private sector, and other stakeholders. The final two highlights that I would like to mention and that resonates a lot with the work we do in the region is the established relationship of powerful factors in private sector engagement and mobilizing initiatives. And there is a need of active government and private sector initiatives that provide connectivity between this digital and data skills demand, the capacity building, and the employability. Recently, we have noticed a shift in terms of philanthropic support and in terms of the development projects where mainly multilateral development banks, for example, requires more synergy between the private sector, the government entities, and civil society. I think we have a very strong role there in convening all these different partners for the sustainable development goals. Finally, to maybe just mention a specific example in Jamaica, and I know we have Dr. Manot on there in the Zoom call that can attest to this effort. It's one of our projects called Unleashing the Potential of Jamaican Youth Through Empowerment and Training, where we partner with the Inter-American Development Bank, Microsoft, the National Commercial Bank in Jamaica. We collaborate with the Ministry of Education and Youth and local stakeholders in Jamaica to train 1,500 youth in digital skills and data literacy.
So does this make it easier because you guys are a regional organization? Like when you approach a private sector company, are you saying, you know, we've got 5 countries that can use your data, so you're not at a country level negotiation, or does that not make a difference?
I think that the platform we established in the past 25 years, the relationship we have with multinational organizations, with government, local governments, national governments, with other big multinational or multi-Latina companies, I think that kind of platform allows us to have or generate trust in terms of getting new partners on board. And that has been one of the main strengths or assets that we have as a non-profit. However, recently, and mainly after the pandemic, we also noticed that this is not always evident in terms of supporting or philanthropic donations. This kind of second layer foundations as the trust also faces different challenges in terms of gathering new funding because many of the private sector or other international donors don't cover, for example, operational costs. So that also required adaptation and try to adapt, well, basically adapt the model to continue impacting the communities we serve.
Thank you. We are open for questions. We have 2 already, I think, on the chat. And we are happy to take from the audience here as well. But while you gather your thoughts, let's take the first question from my friend Nena. Can somebody unmute her, please?
I hope someone can hear me. I still can't have my video on.
We can hear you clearly.
Thank you. So this has been a very insightful panel, and I'm happy I hopped in. Helani, here is where I'm thinking. In as much as we might want to talk about partnerships between private, public, or at international levels, my question is at the national level, because that is where the rubber hits the road. What kind of national partnerships between private sector, civil society, and governments are needed for us to have a robust data economy? So my question is on national partnerships, because for me, that is where the rubber hits the road. Whether it is private data, whether it is government data, open data, what kind of partnerships do we need at national level? Thank you.
Would any of the panelists like to take the question? National level partnerships?
I can jump in really quick. In terms of national partnership and private sector data, what has worked a lot for us, and based on some activities we developed with a regional perspective in terms of using data for social and economic development, such as hackathons or other initiatives where youth can use data to create their solutions. It has worked a lot in terms of partnerships, working between the private sector and national ministries, depending on the topic. But since inception, in terms of defining the data sets and being very specific on where we want to focus on the solutions. There's always a challenge in terms of creating specific outcomes in terms of the use of the data. So since the inception, I believe that national ministries are important to be involved in the discussion.
If I may add, I think, yeah, whether it's a ministry or whether it's a trusted third party or a not-for-profit, but I think somebody needs to be involved, because a lot of the time, the value of this data is if multiple companies come together and multiple government departments come together, and particularly if companies are coming together, commercial sensitivity arises. So, you know, the classic example of taxi data, you know, in a country, let's say like Sri Lanka, they will, you know, Uber will have Uber's data, the two local companies will have their own data, but it's in the pooling that's really valuable for each of the other companies as well. But then there's commercially sensitive data, so who is going to be trusted, whether it's a government entity and so on, I think. We have another question, unless one of the panelists wants to respond to Nena's question, from Ayalewe Shebeshi, and I'm sorry, I might be mispronouncing your name. If you can speak, or Maurice, our online moderator, can read out her question. Maurice, you want to go? Okay. Ayalewe can't unmute, so Maurice, you will have to be it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to just read my question. I'm sure I joined this IGF in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia last year. And then I was advocating, asking questions for the Secretariat to have international standards. So what we do now is we have partnership, private and public partnership. Every country has different data. Every country has different regulation and rules. And every country has also different licensing So in terms of accessible data, which is information, I think we need to set up international standard at least. So we see now is each country has tried to tackle with the local government and then also some of the sponsors. And as we observed, there is a big issue, some of the obstacle of the private company to access the government data. The government is not allowed to them to do what they want to do. So that's actually create obstacle for the improvement of the technology. So my understanding, my question is now, how we set up a standard for international standard like United Nations IGF, at least for the basic framework, then follow that, and it will by the two bylaws, the country law, international law, or standards, and then they can at least start up basic standards all over together, especially South-South cooperation will be important in the future, and we need to concentrate and set up the rule. Otherwise, it will be distorted data setup and use of the technology improvement. So what are the initiatives? My question is, what are the initiatives from this IGA is actually set up for the Internet Governance Forum, International Governance Law? That's my question. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. I mean, there's certainly multiple discussions around cross-border data transfer, and I think the answer in part probably depends on the sensitivity of the data. It also probably screams for a government of Japan representative on this panel to talk about cross-border data transfer with trust, which is one of the initiatives that they have proposed, and there was actually a panel on it yesterday. But to the panelists about international standards to share data across. What can we do? I think, Mona, you kind of touched upon that a little bit, but is there any activity at an international level happening on this?
So I could cover actually the MENA region context. So what we've been doing recently, and let's say an international team which is comprised from the MENA region representative countries, they actually came together to come with something called, they started with something called the AI ethics in the MENA region, then they created the strategy, and now they're working on more on the data itself. So the way I would say that I think we all still baby steps everywhere. And I would say that people are still figuring out, and countries, governments are still figuring out on which aspects we need actually to focus on more, especially when it comes to data sharing. Again, as you said, the sensitivity is something that's still super important for us to focus on. And I would say generally that things are moving. We're still not moving very fast. However, I could see in the MENA region, for example, as I said, most countries now, they have their strategies. Now, most countries now actually working on the ethics. More countries now are seeing how they could start working on the data sharing component. To be honest, I don't have the, let's say, the accurate answer for such a question, but some movements are working there, and I will see something coming in the upcoming 2 years, hopefully.
Thank you, Mona.
Maybe Darlington want to add something.
Thank you. I think we are nearly at the end of the session. There's a comment from the MENA region about how the data philanthropy has to be fully participatory and inclusive, and a really interesting comment from Wayu online about, which says the fact of private data partnerships is that big techs treat different countries differently. For instance, they give data access to US academics, but not Singaporean academics. The Global South is again at a disadvantage, and we need to do something to change this imbalance. The previous question on international standards is very relevant here. I would very much agree. And I think we're out of time, but there is a question from a colleague from Ghana. And I'm going to read it given a small amount of time. With recent acceptance of technology and management systems in Africa, especially in the health sector, what would be your advice to all these African countries in terms of interoperability and sharing of data in the absence of regional data protection laws? So I think along the same lines, really important. I know there are sort of regional initiatives that are happening, but perhaps not fast enough. And the best example from the central bank digital currency international data transactions, SWIFT versus BRICS, as an international standard has been pointed out. So that's just some of the summary. Two things we would ask of you and the panelists. The first is a very quick 2-minute poll. If you can go to slido.com, www.slido.com, Isuru, if you can project that, and you enter this code, and there's one question we would like you to answer. If you go to slido.com and enter 2763179, the question is, the main reason preventing private sector sharing their data that can help monitor achieve the SDGs is 3 of these options. Which one? And while everyone does that, I'm going to ask the panelists a question. Whoa, lack of incentives. Okay. Unified on the lack of incentives to do so. Oh, not so much. Okay. While it's going on live, could the panelists think about if you had one ask of, in the case of the private sector, if you had one ask of government, if you could change one thing that they do differently, what would it be? That's a question to Mike and to Darlington. What would you ask them to do differently when it comes to public-private data sharing? From Rodrigo, I'm going to ask, what would you ask private sector to do differently and government to do differently? One thing. And the same question from Mona. Thank you, everybody. So the broad consensus, 75 roughly, 3/4, the lack of incentives. The second is low capacity of governments, and a few responses for policies that actually prevent data sharing. Thank you. Closing round, 1-minute interventions. I will start with Mike.
Well, first, let me just say, I think the collaboration between our organization and governments around the world is generally quite good, and we very much appreciate the partnerships that we enjoy with governments around the world to solve some of our very difficult challenges. I think someone mentioned earlier international standards for data protection. Certainly, it would be I think it would be helpful for everyone. If we had more global standardization on data privacy, data protection, that would make it much easier to operate on a global scale. I'm not sure if it's me. I've lost the ability to hear you.
Thank you, Mike. I was asking Darlington, what's your one ask?
Yeah. My biggest ask will be that, government should have the political will to form these partnerships. It makes all the difference. So the difference between, having a few agencies within government willing to form PPPs and how far these PPPs go usually tends to be on the political will. And it makes all the difference. So more governments across different countries, more agencies should internally have that buy-in. They should see the benefit of this partnership, how it could lead to, solving the toughest challenges that are within the country, either by using data to better understand them or building AI solutions with that data that can help address those problems. But there needs to be that political will internally to make it happen.
Thank you. Mona, I'll come to you next.
Yeah, for the governments, I will say that they have to work on establishing a governance structure to ensure that everybody's involved and to push having data shared. For the private sector, simply, I would say, and that's based on my experience, they need to work more on understanding how AI could help them and understanding the importance of actually structuring and labeling their data and making it usable for everybody to use.
Thank you. Rodrigo.
Thanks.
For the private sector, I would say to be more flexible and open, we're working with government entities and share best practices as they operate very differently. And for the public sector, I would say to strengthen the capacities and create a process inside the government to develop and establish a data culture in the public offices.
Thank you. So political will, capacity, and data culture within government. Private sector to be a lot more willing to collaborate because they work at different sort of time scales. And across countries, an international agreement on how we can share data across borders and international privacy and related laws and protections, so we can sort of, without worrying, enter into partnerships. Thank you to the panelists and Isuru and as the presenter. Thank you to the online audience and the in-person audience. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of IGF.
Shall we start? Welcome everyone, be you on site or online, wherever you are in the world, whichever time zone. Welcome everybody. Welcome to our workshop, Digital Sovereignty, Regulation, Protectionism, and Fragmentation. Before we begin the session, I just as a reminder, if you would like to step in during the discussion or during the question and answer session at the end, just please state your name and make sure to use English as a language. Also, if you are online and you'd also like to step in, just please put your name in the chat and please make sure that there is a question mark at the end of your question. So, without any further ado, welcome again. My name is Daniele Turra. I'm from Italy. I'm one of the Internet Society's youth ambassadors for 2023. And I will be the on-site moderator for this session today. Also, we have Herman Lopez Ardilla. I hope I pronounced it right. He's our online moderator, and he's sit right here in the audience with everybody else. And also, we'll have Natalie as our rapporteur for today. So, worldwide, as an increasingly large number of networks are becoming dependent on proprietary protocols, we are experiencing the rise of national and private interests in cyberspace. So this and other phenomena suggest that IT procedures, standards, and access to data infrastructure could be used to raise technical barriers to trade or negatively affect the sharing nature of the internet, actively shifting the equilibrium towards particular interests, be them economic or political in nature, therefore reinforcing again a protectionist approach. So today we will try to understand if the tension between the power exerted under conditions of digital sovereignty and digital protectionism may actually translate into an increased risk for citizens' rights and the internet at large. Particularly, we want to explore how different regions and stakeholders perceive the need to strike a balance between these two categories and how this creates new dimensions in the discussions on internet fragmentation. In fact, despite the efforts to rightfully seek to protect collective interests through economic or social considerations, in some cases, the broadness of these concepts has been used to promote censorship and raise trade barriers for foreign companies. Today, politicians and big businesses initiate fragmentation processes that the technical community alone can no longer control. Furthermore, if fragmentation would to be achieved, it will limit the internet and its critical properties as an enabler of choice. So throughout the session, we will try to tackle three main questions with our guests. The first one is, what are the most impactful legal initiatives around the globe with potential fragmenting effects, and what are their justifications? On a technical level, are there tools or protocols that promote data protection for a country's citizens and companies? And the last one, what could increase the risk of unfair limitations to legitimate economic use of data restriction, free trade, and the harm to physical infrastructure of the internet? Of course, these are all relevant issues that cannot just be taken from simply global perspective, but it's very important to keep regional differences in mind. So this is why today's panel is composed from stakeholders coming from all over the world and from different groups. So together, we would like to outline a typology of risks brought by different approaches to digital sovereignty in various regions. And this will help the community in general identify a sketch of measures and actions for ensuring compliance with data regulations on a local level. So the overarching approach will respect multi-stakeholder guidelines on how to avoid internet fragmentation and digital protectionism and its hindering effects, while advancing in legitimate protection of citizens. So we hope that through the sessions, participants will be able to access collective knowledge by discovering answers to their concerns themselves within the context of their own working groups in their own regions. I invite you all to actively engage in the session, to listen to our esteemed panelists, and to contribute your insights and your perspectives during the question and answer section. So let me begin by introducing our speakers. So we have Nilesh Maheshwari. He's a PhD candidate from South Asian University in India. He's been part of the Youth IGF India and was also a fellow of the India School on Internet Governance. His articles have been published in the Kathmandu Post and by the Stimson Center. Also, we have a guest from the Democratic Republic of Congo. He's Venceslas Katimba. He's chief advisor for IT infrastructure at the Ministry of Digitalization in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Bruna Martis dos Santos is here at my left. She is Global Campaigns Manager at Digital Action. Welcome. She's a current member of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group at the IGF, as well as a member of Council for the Generic Name Supporting Organization at ICANN. Also, we have another online guest. His name is Andrea Beccalli. He's Director for Stakeholder Engagement at ICANN in Europe. So welcome, everybody. So I will now start presenting the first question, and we'll have Nilesh introduce his contribution. So again, what are the most impactful legal initiatives around the globe with potential fragmenting effects, and what is their rationale?
So when we talk about digital sovereignty, what is the first thing that comes to our mind? Of course, it's a new policy construct that has been formulated and this term has been used over and over again in the last 2-3 years. It has become a buzzword. However, how do we understand it in simple terms? We can say that digital sovereignty is about policies and regulations that aim at exercising state power and control on the internet public policy issues within their own territories. But owing to the nature of the internet, of course, such regulations and laws also have extraterritorial implications. So this is not a phenomenon that is related to a few countries or a particular region. We have seen that overall, like all the countries and regions are coming up with such kind of laws. So in Europe, we see GDPR, we have digital secure DSA, DMA. In China, we have PIPL. In India, we have Digital Personal Data Protection Act. And there are such legal initiatives around the world, so it's not limited to any one territory or a region. Now, if we look at it, this is a departure from the erstwhile liberal regime where largely private corporations were supposed to deal with issues like collection of data, processing, and the use of data. However, there was like increased dissatisfaction with how private corporations were doing quasi-public policy functions with lack of adequate constitutional check and balances. So we were seeing the rise of attention economy and the phenomena of surveillance capitalism. And today, when we talk in the context of generative AI and synthetic content, the need to have adequate regulation is felt even more. So on this part, in terms of regulation, we can say that, okay, there are legitimate reasons for states to have such regulations in terms of protecting and promoting their citizens' rights. However, such laws and regulations also need to be critically scrutinized so that they don't end up doing more harm than the positive benefits. For one, we need to assess whether these laws are following the standard tests of legality, necessity, and proportionality, and not giving excessive power in the hands of government agencies. Now, this is not the only motive why states are coming up with such regulations. Of course, there are other motives as well. There are strategic, political, as well as commercial motives behind this. So let's go to the point of protectionism and fragmentation on that. So in terms of fragmentation, of course, there are technical aspects to it, and we talk about having open standards in terms of that, and few of my co-panelists will further touch on it. However, I'm going to touch upon the commercial aspects of fragmentation as well as the political aspect of fragmentation. So what we actually see is that, okay, the issues like misinformation and disinformation has to be dealt with. However, if we see that different states are coming up with their different sort of laws, we actually need to have some sort of global convergence in terms of having international norms and best practices to deal with these issues. And the good part is that on some of these issues, there has been, we are seeing a tendency that, okay, there are certain things like having grievance redressal mechanism which are coming up, and we can share all these global practices so that there are some standard common norms which can guide the states around the world when it comes to drafting over these issues. Now, coming to the issue of protectionism, of course, there were certain countries which had the benefit of an early start, and with most of the big corporations based in those places, we can say that a lot of other countries were excluded from the benefit of digital economy. And as we all say, that data is the new oil in the world. So if you look at where are the headquarters of big corporations, where are the data centers in the world? So of course, the states have a right to fight against the monopolistic tendencies of big corporations and put in place mechanisms which allow small businesses to flourish. However, such mechanisms should not be discriminatory to foreign businesses. There should be an equal and level playing field. We also need that in terms of cross-border data flow, states should not put unnecessary restrictions on free flow of data on basis of national security or critical information localization requirement. The data localization requirements should be kept at a minimum. In these regards, we can say that digital trade agreements and negotiations like DIPA and G7's institutional arrangement for partnership can be a way in terms of harmonizing the cross-border data flow. However, at the same point, we also need to take into account the position of Global South in these negotiations, because a lot of states in the Global South already are bereft of the digital economy, as well as they don't have enough institutional and infrastructural capacity. So there should be capacity building initiatives also, so that the countries around the world can take the benefit of big data, AI, and machine learning, and are not excluded further. In that regard, I would say that, to conclude my statement, that we need more liberalized sort of regime when it comes to data flows and free trade. So for example, Indian government recently came up with Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Now, let's compare it with GDPR. While in GDPR, there are certain positive obligations, like you need to have equivalent standards that are in place in Europe if the data has to, if the cross-border data flows has to take place, or otherwise you need to have standard contractual clauses. So in that terms, okay, you have to pass a few tests, only then the data will be, allowed to travel. Instead, in Indian government, what they have done, that they have said that in general, we will allow the cross-border flow of data. There are no such positive obligations. However, in exceptional cases, we can put certain countries in negative list if there are certain problematic dimensions. So in general, it's a largely liberalized regime where certain countries will be put in the negative list based on the guidelines which the government will provide. It's a recent act, so the guidelines are not there yet. So if we keep this sort of restriction to cross-border data flow to the minimal, I believe we can protect the legitimate interest of our citizens, as well as allow for a liberalized free trade in terms of digital economy.
So thank you, Nilesh, for this insightful perspectives on how handling worldwide resources on the internet and how to engage with national actors worldwide without posing specific limits when it comes to capacity building especially, but still trying to keep local necessities and needs in mind. So speaking of which, especially when it comes to critical internet resources, we have our next speaker. He's Venceslas Katimba. He's connected online, and I don't know if he can hear us. Can we hear him?
Yes, good morning, everybody.
Welcome.
I think, yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a French speaker. Uh, I apologize, my English maybe cannot be very well. So I just want to tell regarding the point of internet resources and to share the experience regarding what is happening in my country, DRC, to promote the digital transformation and the internet, the inclusion of the digital. So in my country, you see DRC is in the center of Africa and is a big country. We have like 9 country neighbors, and we we are not too much far with the internet. So since 2021, it's the first time in my country there was a minister in charge of digitalization, and this minister was created since 2021, and we started to build the foundation of digital in DRC with um, some action that the minister already did. We started to make the policy regarding the regulations. So in DRC before that, there was no regulation regarding digital sector. And there was, we worked for the first law text, which is called Code numérique in DRC, and which is bring the regulation on the sector of digital in DRC. And this law has been adopted last year, and it already published. So this is the basic now. We on the regulation sector in my country, we have now a law which regulate the digital sector. We work also to make to 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 make sure that my country is also in partnership with other countries, and we signed the Malabo Convention regarding the cybersecurity and data protection. And so regarding this sector, it is already done. In my country, we have many challenges regarding connectivity. We have like uh, more than 50% of the coverage which is not already done. We have many projects to build fiber around the country, all infrastructure for the connectivity, to bring connectivity to all the people. Is a big country and many challenges regarding war and this, which affects not the promotion of the digital. And we already work with other partners. We have the telecom company for working for coming from like Vodacom. We have this Airtel who are helping us to to improve the digital sector here. We have also regarding internet connectivity and resource of internet here in DRC. Regarding infrastructure, DRC is now connected only to one submarine cable, WATS. But there is a big project with Facebook, Google, and other private operator. They are now building the second cable for Africa, which will be land very soon in DRC. So before the end of this year, we will have 2 submarine cable, and our plan is to have like 5 to be connected to 5 submarine cable. We have also start many projects to do the interconnection with other countries, African countries, neighbors. We have some connection with our neighbor Angola, we have connection with Zambia, we have fiber connection with
Venceslas.
Rwanda, which is
We are starting to lose him. Hope not. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, we are losing him.
Connections also we to interconnect the
I think there are some connectivity issues there. So I will make sure to provide Venceslas reference contacts to everybody who wants to keep in touch with him and maybe have a second chance to hear his contribution firsthand. And also for time reasons, we will proceed with Bruna and her introduction. So I will now give the floor to you.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys can hear me, right? No, just my intent for today was to go over a little bit of the policy network on internet fragmentation discussions. It is a work that we have been doing together with the IGF community for almost 2 years now. We're at the second year of the PNIF framework, and I thought it would be important to bring that around here because the initial assessment was the idea that internet fragmentation discussions were rather something very technical and discussions that didn't really include a lot of the community. Maybe because of some of the debates being placed in a lot of the technical community or more academic ones. So the first assessment, and maybe the thing that motivated us to bring up a policy network for that, was helping share some of the resources or even like revisiting the discussions. And the PNIF has started developing a framework with 3 initial baskets. And we talk about fragmentation in 3 different ways. The first one is fragmentation of the user experience. Second one is fragmentation of internet governance and coordination, which talks a lot to the debate we're having nowadays about the Digital Cooperation Forum, WASIS Plus 20, the IGF, where all of these spaces moving ahead. Are they moving together and how? And the last one would be fragmentation of the internet technical layer, which is the most classical one. I think I'm gonna leave a lot of the technical debates to Andrea because I want to share this a little bit with him, but then I can go over both on the governance and coordination and user experience, as I was saying, but starting with the governance and coordination one, when we talk about this basket, we're basically discussing that all of those forums should be interacting with each other. Both standards and policy and internet governance spaces, they should coordinate, they should be inclusive, and if they stop to do it, the discussions might result in some level of fragmentation of the debate itself. We're not saying it fragments the internet, we're just saying it might be harder to follow up with these discussions. And the division of the debate would be something that would result in decisions being taken without consensus, lack of respect for the multi-stakeholder community, or even preference for multilateralism instead of the multi-stakeholder model of participation that we're used to. Fragmentation at the governance level, at the discussion paper the PNF just put out, we also say that it might create knock-on effects for fragmentation at the other technical and user experience areas. So we basically have some asks for this debate and say that some of the practical steps that can be taken would be to avoid introducing further bodies to internet governance landscape, improve coordination, avoid siloed public policy discussions, and also be fully inclusive to all stakeholders and enable participation. And also that global internet governance must engage more closely with national governments, because it is only the multi-stakeholder model that could be helping, or a tool that can help like improve the multilateralism and some of the discussions around the UN 3.0. But when we go to the second basket, that's the user experience, and that's the one that relates more with some of the effects and things we see these days. We more or less define the user experience as the phenomenon by which different end users of the internet, when trying to perform the same action, can be presented with different content, options, interfaces. And it can happen in both as a consequence of client-side instruments, so device and applications, but also some level of intervention from states. So we're not saying that it's necessarily a bad thing. It might happen. It might be part of the user experience, or how the web has been shaped in order to cater to our necessities, or even like the whole information landscape. But at the same time, we're also bringing up some bad sides and bad effects of that. That could be internet shutdowns, or when legislations just simply block apps from existing, or people from having access to certain contents, or geo-blocking, just to bring up an example around that. And just to wrap up on that one note, when we talk about fragmentation of the user experience, we insist in 5 principles. The first one would be equality. Second one would be enhancement. So we should be developing the same, allowing people to have the same level of experience when accessing the internet, and also allowing for users to make their own choices. Like, we know that a lot of our choices nowadays are kind of like shaped by companies themselves in the space they dominate in markets. And we also insist on impact assessment. So whenever a government is considering some measure that might result in a different experience for the user, such as a geo-blocking or a court order demanding to take certain content down, they should be able to perform some level of impact assessment and try to understand how that would affect citizens, and which could be basically like a 3-part test, just to see whether freedom of expression would be affected by that, or any other things. We also insist in harmonization, so every single new framework, legal framework or public policy in this space should be talking to pre-existing policies, should be talking to company policies, and so on. And last but not least, going back to the free choice part, we should allow users to shape their own experiences instead of the other way around. So I think I'll stop around here a little bit, but just to flag that a lot of this framework will also be discussed tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at the Policy Network for Internet Fragmentation main session. So a lot of these debates will be continued. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bruna, for bringing, again, the perspective on end users, and to remember how fragmentation can also happen through internet shutdowns, geo-blocking. And again, I think we delved a lot into the applicational layer. So I would like also to hear Andrea, that is connected online, to maybe give us some more perspectives on the whole stack.
Thank you, Daniele. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I'm happy to be here, although virtually, and I hope you're all dealing well with the jet lag and you're enjoying the IGF. And I wish I was there with you. So thank you again for inviting me, and this is a topic that indeed it's very relevant for ICANN, but it's relevant for everyone that really uses the internet. And every time that I come to speak about internet fragmentation or to think about, I always see how by the day the issue becomes on one side more complex, but at the same time even a little bit more dramatic in terms of what is laying ahead with us for us. So we tend to take the internet for granted. You open up your phone, you open up your computer, you connect your smartwatch, whatever you have you, and you almost, seamlessly, you see that the internet is there, you connect, you don't think about it. And it has been like that for at least the past 25 years, something more. But we take it as a given, and we don't think that what's going on underneath, beneath. And I personally think that if we look to the next 25 years, or even the next 5 years, we should seriously consider whether we can keep taking this principle for granted. And so let me go, through the, as you mentioned, we call it the stack, or, the global ecosystem of the internet. So basically, when we speak about the internet is a network of networks that they all look like one internet because they all decide, to use the same language, the same, technically we call it system of unique identifiers, and it's the way that those networks exchange data, strings of zeros and one. Okay, and that's, the basic principle that keeps thousands of networks, around 60,000 of networks, looking like one single internet, because they all adopt this basically fundamental principle that anything is accessible from anywhere on the internet. If you stroll around Kyoto, the venue of the meetings, you will see one of the fathers of the internet, which is Vint Cerf, is there. You can ask him how disruptive this principle was back then, and it still is today. So, but there we are speaking about the networks. We are speaking about how, networks managed by different companies, by and large private companies, they all decide to use the same protocols to exchange information to each other. 90% of the time, maybe less, I don't want to go into the statistics, but when we think about fragmentation, legislation, I heard some of the distinguished speakers mentioning GDPR in Europe, mentioning initiatives in India, the DSA and DMA package in Europe. We're actually speaking at that we call the application layer of the internet, which we all know as the web, the World Wide Web, which is the most known and most used one. So these are services, softwares, communication means that are built on top of the internet, of this network of networks. And that's where, our daily life basically, develops every day. Sending messages via WhatsApp or iMessage, making video connection with Zoom or any other services. Those services, those applications are the one that in the past years are gathering more and more attention. I mean, those has been following the IGF maybe had the advantage of looking at those issues with some advance from respect to many others. But that's where the main policy discussion is happening. And that's where there is also this interesting distinction between the internet governance and the digital governance. And this layer, that we call as the application layer, is the one where indeed issues relating to the sovereignty of countries needs to be dealt by public authorities in order to defend, promote the rights and the duties of its own citizens. But in doing so, there are increasing risks that you disrupt the layer that is underneath, which is the technical layer, which is the layer of the system of unique identifiers. And of course, as such a complex technology as it is, and such as complex society as we're living it, is not always so clear cut. And so sometimes there is the real intention of disrupting these very same principles that I mentioned to you, that is anything is accessible from anywhere in the internet. Sometimes that's the objectives, but sometimes that's not objectives, but they end up, risk to be that one. And that's where at ICANN, we want to, raise the tension. That's where, although we have very technical mandate to coordinate this glue, we want to flag where the risks are. I just want to leave you with a reflection, a personal reflection. If you think ICANN this year is 25 years old, okay, it was created in 1998. We're celebrating in a couple of weeks the 25th anniversary. And if you look back at the world back then, 1998, to the turn of 2000, some of you had the luck of not being born or very, very young, but you may have studied that on the books. There was a time where globalization was on the rise. I was just thinking in the WTO, because we're speaking about protectionism, the Doha round in 2001 was when trade barriers across the globe were being taken down. And there was, this push of integration of global markets, this push of, the idea of the trade. It's indeed good for the economy. It's good for the promotion of democracy. There was a whole political, geopolitical, economically, the political economy framework that's upheld that one. And if you look at today, just 24 hours ago, we see another war breaking up in the Middle East. We see how, the global context has changed, dramatically changed. And this is another warning, and it's not to me to elaborate, but it is something that we have to consider, that, things don't happen into a vacuum. And even at the technical layer, we see that. So we have to be wary of those two dimensions.
Thank you, Andrea, for underlying all these complexities that are inherent in the internet, but that also are strictly related to how the world has changed. So I think that one common thread that is emerging here is around the idea of critical resources and how the state can have an impact in this with specific trade policies, and therefore at the end of this whole chain impacting end users. So there might be some food for thought there on specific policy recommendations, maybe keeping in mind the end user. But also one thing I think it's emerging out of this specific conversation is that not all critical resources are managed by states. For example, one little piece is also about IPv4 blocks that are critical resource of the internet, but therefore but are not also managed solely by states. So keeping the multi-stakeholder model in this, and how protectionist policies are made by the state should actually relate to that, is a key point of this discussion. So Herman is telling me that we have one online question, so 2 online questions. So I will ask him to read those out loud, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniele. So the 2 questions that we have online are the following. The first one from Samriti Kumar. He is asking, do we see a difference of priorities or approach towards the idea of fragmentation in the global north and the global south, particularly from a regulatory perspective? And then the second question by Amir Mokabiri is, what would be the effects of internet weaponization against other nations, digital interference in other countries, and enactment to violence in campaigns from abroad on internet fragmentation, especially when we cross-border digital do not cooperate with national competent authorities? What could be done in this situation to avoid internet fragmentation? So back to the panel.
So I will ask now whoever of our speakers would like to reply to this, maybe both of the questions, and then we will have time for just one question from the audience, if there are any, and then we can try to close the session. Bruna, okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. Just about the priorities, I don't know if it's possible to say whether there's a difference on priorities and where it comes from, but we are seeing, right, like a lot of countries and like member states as well, like diving further on internet regulation aspects and discussions, right? Like DSA is one of them, AI Act on the EU is another one of them. In Brazil, we have been discussing for the last 3 to 4 years a proper like disinformation regulatory framework, and the point is that a lot of these regulations might influence, might result in some aspects or even changes to the internet as we see it today. And I think that will be the main challenge, right? When engaging with policymakers, when engaging with politicians, just remind them of the core, the critical aspects of the internet in general, or why is it important, or even to explain what a court order would be, something that would be problematic or blocking an app or anything like that. So I wouldn't know to kind of like pinpoint whether there's a difference in priorities, but I just wanted to flag that we are seeing this kind of change in the mindset recently, whereas before a lot of states avoided regulation, and now we're much more focused on regulating every single or maybe all of the internet aspects that we have been flagged or have been pointed out as like places for abuse or issues in terms of speech and rights in general. So just to say that, thanks.
Thank you so much, Bruna. I encourage anyone who wants to speak up and maybe ask a question to our panelists. Okay, I don't think we have any specific questions. I might have one, and again, I will ask probably Andrea, I think is the most indicated person for this. So actually, I wanted to know a little bit more about this idea of managing the risk of fragmentation, given its multifaceted nature. So this can be hard to regulate. It's very hard to manage the multi-stakeholder model. And when it comes to specific risks of fragmentation, who do you think should be responsible for reviewing specific policy requirements that in this specific case might also take into account priorities and the end user perspective?
So Daniele, yes, so indeed, the model that, as I said, underpins the internet, the protocol layers, is a model that is, now 30 plus years old. And it was built when the internet had nothing to do with what we define internet as of today. And the sheer number of people that designed this model, it's, of course, is not representative of what is the internet's user base today. So there is a critical point, and you pointed out into the model that developed that. This multi-stakeholder model is bottom-up model that wasn't designed to scale up to that level and to include, all the different interests, even geographically positions into that. And that's one of the challenges that IGAN has, and many of the technical organizations have, how to make sure that as the internet scales up in terms of users, in terms of application, in terms of complexity, the models that governs it, underpins it, even in the development of its protocols, of its technical applications, adapts to that. And that, for anyone that participates in ICANN knows that this is a constant topic. How to evolve the multi-stakeholder model. And what I can say is that, and what we always say is that the the model is far from perfect. It's a bit like the famous phrase from Churchill, no? That democracy is a terrible form of government, but it's the best of anything out there. So the multi-stakeholder model for the internet application layer, for infrastructure layer, is the one that works. It's not perfect, but it's open. It allows everyone to get in. When we look at the other layers, well, there it's a whole different series of approaches. If you're lucky enough to be born in a region where your government is accountable, you may have channels to, to go through a law that your government pushed to. But one thing that I want to respond was one of the questions there. There were two very interesting, but I only limit to one, is the different priorities of fragmentation from the global south to the global north. What I think is that, yes, there may be different priorities. And sometimes, protectionism or harming a different country, it's one of their priorities. But what I'm actually worried about is the effects. Because fragmenting a market that is 500 million strong as the European Union has a different impact on the economy and the society of a market of a country that is in global south as is 30 million users. Okay, so the impact that that one has is way larger that you can see in Europe. So some regions of the world, in a way, can withstand fragmentation, can survive through that because they have a developed enough market that in a way can survive through that. They can develop their applications, will be an awful situation, but can survive that. Others, it's yet a step more of pushing this digital divide that used to be one of the main issues of the WSIS and the early IGF, yet to a next level. So that's one of the things that I hope that we all take in consideration. I'm sure that in the IGF community, this one is well ingrained. So not everybody can withstand the interfragmentation and the protectionism that we are seeing around. The effects are very much different.
Thank you, Andrea. My bad. Actually, we have another contribution also on this specific points of engaging the Global South and how we can tackle policy needs, also from Nilesh. So I'll leave you the floor.
Personally, I think that, okay, there is not an issue per se with regulating. In fact, I argue that we need regulations to find solutions to problems like dissemination of disinformation and misinformation. And these are critical issues that need to be dealt with, because these are not only issues about harm in the digital domain. In Global South especially, due to the spread of disinformation, we have seen that people are losing their lives. There are riots because somebody posted something about a particular community and it got spreaded. So, of course, the state need to, deal with these law and order situations. The problem only arises when, when these regulations go beyond the legitimate ends and, is used to curb the exercise of fundamental rights, is used to curb the dissent, the freedom of speech, the freedom of expression. So in that regard, I would rather say that, the convergence of policy at a global level on these issues, at dialogue at the international level is the way to go. If we have international norms regarding how to combat misinformation, what should be the role of the state, what should be the role of the technical community, what is the role of big corporates, then, if a state who has a lot of market power is asking Twitter or any of the corporate for that matter, that, okay, you take down these accounts, otherwise we will deny you access. Those can also refer to those international guidelines and can say that, no, like we will try to follow what is there in international norms. The civil society of that state then can say that, no, you are going beyond the internationally agreed upon norms. The government is going beyond and curtailing the rights. But So there should not be an issue with the regulations, but what kind of regulations we are going for. So I don't believe that regulations are problematic per se. For me, I think that it was a wrong idea that we can leave this sort of public policy functions to private corporations. And of course, what it resulted in, we just saw that, okay, there was a rise of surveillance capitalism, and also like from time being, we are seeing Cambridge Analytica, we have seen Snowden revelations, we have seen electoral interferences where private corporations are hands in hands with state as well. So that is like my understanding of this issue.
Also, I would like to keep once again the attention to, there was another question regarding the weaponization of the internet, and if this could actually be, I suppose, moved also through protectionist policy. What's your thinking in this regard?
The question about weaponization of internet is also, if we look at global north and global south, there's a different perspective on that. Because in the global north, we see the talk about cybersecurity, that, okay, if you are trying to harm the critical infrastructure in a particular country, you are launching a cyber attack which can lead to the failure of critical infrastructure. But in global south, we see countries like Russia and China, which are more concerned about information security. They see that, okay, the information can also lead to harm to their society and the stability of their country. So how we look at the weaponization in that term, we also need to assess that, okay, what are the concerns of the global south? Because I don't believe that there can be one global norm or one global solutions for these things. We live in a world where we come from different societies and different contexts, and without underlining those contexts, we cannot come up with one single policy formulation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I also wonder if this is, maybe you're also suggesting that cybersecurity frameworks might also include local identities and local needs again. But I will give the floor to Bruna, that I think wanted to contribute something in this regard.
Yeah, no, just about the international standards or norms for regulating disinformation and so on. This is a rather confusing, complex, and multi-layered discussion, right? Like, we're still trying to make social media companies apply their own policies and the things they decide on every day at the same level to every single state, and it doesn't happen. I'm working in a campaign currently that's talking about basically safeguarding elections and users, and how do you actually ensure that every single voter gets to have the same level of protection all over the world. But at the same time, we still have policies and decisions from companies and many other spaces that prioritize some spaces and countries instead of others, right? So I'm a little wary when we come and do a lot of conversations about this, what would be a global and international standard or conversation for that, because often when we come to those spaces, it's much less my part of the world that speaks, it's much less the global majority, it's the richer countries, right? It is Europe, it might be the US, and these are the main players in this discussion. So the same level of global standards or policy discussions for every single country won't happen if we continue to insist in the same kind of power imbalances and spaces. So we definitely need or might need something special here, something that brings in the perspectives of victims, of the communities that are mostly affected by these issues and by the things that we're talking about. And that also means bringing in people from Ethiopia to talk about fragmentation, or people from Congo to talk about the issues about connection, just like Vencesla was talking before. So we do need to do a lot more work on including perspectives in this conversation so we can move forward.
Thank you, Bruna. I will take this. May I take this as a closing statement. I think you mentioned again capacity building, so especially in the global south, and trying to include them in this global discourse. I will give you 1 minute, Nilesh, to maybe doing your closing remarks, just 1 minute. Then we'll have Andrea, and we can conclude.
So I would just like to conclude by saying that we have to accept certain realities of the world, and these are the realities that there are new governance challenges. We cannot just say that what worked 20 years before is going to work effectively even now. So since we have seen new challenges in the past 5-6 years, over a decade, we have seen what kind of harms misinformation can do, what kind of harms the electoral interferences can do. So of course we need regulations, but at the same time we have to see that while there are certain global sets of norms which lead to convergence of these policies, also there should be space for various different contexts in which the states come from. So if we allow such kind of policy development, that would be protect the fragmentation of the internet, as well as allow the countries to pursue their own set of policies. At the same point of time, in terms of trade, I believe that the localization requirements should be minimal. The cross-border flow of data should be promoted. So, and probably digital trade agreements may be a way forward, but they need to keep in mind the realities of the global south, that they are already excluded from the benefits of the digital economy, and they might lack institutional capacity, so this should be taken into consideration and in mind while going forward with these negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh. Andrea, I'll give you the floor for 1 minute of closing statement.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, everyone. I really like what Samir just said, and also what Bruna said. All of you. The impact of fragmentation, to me, is way larger into the global south, and the effects that you can have that you can see in Europe or even China or India itself. I'm sure that in Brussels, when DSA or GDPR or the DMA or AI Act were designed, not much reflection was put into what are the impacts on the global south. That's not really the priority that's pushing them. We need to defend our markets. We need to defend our users. And that's understandable, but still a certain point of where these actions actually risk to compromise something that, if you look back, it's something marvelous. We never had such a technology. We never had such a way to connect everyone, everywhere, across platforms, across languages, across time zones. And as I said at the beginning, we took it for granted. The internet is there, you connect, you only pay for your, internet service providers. So if there is a public Wi-Fi, you don't pay, you just pay for the device. And, I don't think we can take this principle for granted any longer. And we need to fight for that. But we need to fight singling out which are the right battles and which are the right layers. And often we see that policymakers, elected officials, they mess it up with the layers. They think they're tackling some issue, like free speech, cybercrime, and there was this question about the weaponization of the internet. This is something that we at ICANN, we see. The DNS has been used as a way of attacking other countries, something that the technology wasn't designed for. But you need to be specific. You need to know what you're acting for, and be mindful of the consequences. So hopefully we'll have more chances at the IGF to do that, because the spaces to discuss these issues are shrinking, unfortunately.
Yes, exactly. Again, I would like to thank every speaker and every panelist for today. I would also like to thank everybody who connected in their own time zones. I would like to connect Pedro, one of our organizers, that is connected from Spain, from Brazil. right now. Pilar also that just arrived from Spain after a super long trip. And I just wanted to point out that, again, it's very important to try to include everybody, and also in the design of these policies that seem to have local impacts. In fact, we might also have some unexpected global issues. So it's important to include those other perspectives in spaces such as the IGF, where we can actively contribute and talk about the specific issues as a community, as a global community. And also, I would also have been very happy to hear more from Venceslas. But again, this is also connectivity issues are, I think, at the center of this whole conversation. So there is a need also to include those perspectives and not lose focus. So we are out of time, unfortunately. We will share our report and our policy recommendations, as well as the context from our panelists for everybody interested in following up after this session. So I would like to thank again everybody for this session. Little round of applause, and have a good night, good morning, or continuing your day. Bye.
Amut, just checking if you're online.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you, Amut.
Okay. I was scared that you can hear me for a moment. Yeah. Well, well, thank you very much to all the people there. We're going to start the session. This is a round table session that is called Digital Me, being you, woman, and or gender diverse people online. In this session, we wanted to highlight that the internet plays a vital role in our lives, but it's not always safe or an inclusive space, especially for you, women, and gender diverse people. This session we going in the discussion in this roundtable that we're going to have, we're going to try to address the intersection of gender and you online, aiming to create a safe and inclusive digital environment. We will try also to highlight the challenges like we face, like cyberbullying, gender-based violence, and digital device. With the different panelists, we share their expertise from the different backgrounds they are coming from. Also, at the end, we would like to discuss some strategies to encompass policy, education, and digital literacy to hold online right for these groups and involve diverse voices in internet governance discussions. The session aims to offer recommendations for multi-stakeholders to take some practical steps in addressing these internet challenges and fostering inclusivity and safety. The structure of the session will consist in a short introduction that I'm doing right now. Also, then we going to pass to the part of the speaker when they're going to have 5 minutes to present their perspective or their vision, or to share any knowledge related to the topic and the policy question that were shared before with them. And then we're going to have a second part of the session that we're going to allow the public to also share their visions and make some questions if they want to. And finally, we're going to have like a final remarks or a conclusion, if we can have a conclusion in this session. So we're going to start this round of interventions with Ajita Pasaribu. She is from Indonesia, and she is test developing and designing on a bully idea with art that was launching in 2020, and which she will be sharing some insights about online gender violence in the context of the country and also in the Asia Pacific region. So the floor is yours, Ajita.
Thank you, Umut. Hi, everyone. I am Agita, and I'm currently the founder and executive director of Pull It Up. At Pull It Up, we are focusing on addressing online harassment in Indonesia by providing psychological, legal support, and anonymous reporting platform through our web-based application. On the issues regarding on the policies that can be developed to address the challenge faced by youth, women, and gender diverse people in digital space, I think I would like to touch on and provide a little bit of a background about what happened in Indonesia. So since the COVID-19 lockdown in 2020, Indonesia has witnessed a staggering 300% surge in online abuse cases, and this leaving victims without access to essential legal and mental health support. And from our statistic, non-consensual intimate image abuse, or NCNI, has been a prevalent concern, and its majority impacting young female. This issue also becomes very intricate due to its cross-border nature, and often law enforcement feels powerless due to jurisdictional constraint. And even with the recent passing of the law on sexual violence crimes in the country, which recognized NCII, the prosecution of perpetrators across different jurisdictions remains a significant challenge. So considering these, we need policies that facilitate international cooperation to forge global cooperation amongst law enforcement to address cross-border jurisdiction issues. Emphasizing what our governments can do, I believe it's pivotal to strengthen global partnership to tackle online harassment. Engage tech companies, especially actively involving them, the online platforms, in policy development. We need social media, online dating, online gaming platforms to focus on both enabling reporting mechanism and also addressing post-report needs, making sure that perpetrators are refrained and victims are supported. It's also important to incorporating both and global local views, especially in the policy, knowing that the emerging issues like deepfake pornography using artificial intelligence, it affecting women and gender diverse individuals online, violating their rights and their mental well-being. So therefore, our policies must not only respond after, but must actively protect our digital citizens. Ethical AI practices and rules need to ensure that technology becomes a helper, not an enemy in our fight against online harassment. Also, policy should be our shield and made with the complexities of technological advancement and the ethical consideration of its application in mind. And I believe that policies should safeguard every digital citizen, ensuring that technology serves as a beacon of progress, not a tool for perpetrating harm and fear. Coming to the aspect in terms of multi-stakeholder challenges and what we can do, I believe the responsibility of multi-stakeholders is a paramount in constructing a safe online environment. Government, social media, tech companies, schools, parents, civil society, each of us hold a unique and significant role in the prevention of online harassment. Government needs to advocate and enforce policies that foster a secure digital environment across legal enforcement. Social media and tech companies have to incorporate safety by design principles, focusing not only enabling report mechanism, but also effectively addressing post-report issues, preventing further perpetrations, and partnering with NGOs to further support victims with psychological or the support they need. Schools, parents should embed digital literacy and ethical online behavior within educational structures. And civil society organizations, we must continue to advocate for digital safety and support victims, driving policy development and ensuring accountability. And lastly, as netizens and young people, I believe we need to promote ethical digital citizenship, promote an upstander culture, and be committed to create a digital environment that is respectful, inclusive, safe, and empowering for all, regardless of age and gender. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Umut.
Thank you to you for that valuable insights about the situation in Indonesia and how this kind of risk that we have in face if intercross with mental health and policy making and another stuff that are actually really important to protect online. And now we're going with Holly Hamlet. She is a policy specialist at Consumer International. She leads the digital consumer rights work, including trust in digital marketplace, virtual economies, and data rights. Holy Privilege managed CIA's Global Consumer Protection and Empowerment Index, measuring the consumer landscapes of 80 countries worldwide. Holly, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'll be talking about gender in relation to consumer protection and how consumer protection frameworks are not gender equal. So women represent 51% of the population, which means that is also half of consumers worldwide as well. And they have the majority of the purchasing decisions. They have the potential to drive the marketplace, and with their purchasing power, about 65 to 85% of global purchasing decisions are made by women globally. And yet, whilst they have this potential to influence the marketplace with these decisions, their specific needs and experiences as consumers are still not considered in the design of policy, products, and services. And we see this from sexist advertising to online scams, male default products and services, barriers to financial accessibility, gender-based pricing discrepancies, toxic and harmful products. The marketplace is not a level playing field for women. So when we look at the experiences of women in the marketplace in relation to consumer protection principles, and this is based on the UN guidelines for consumer protection, we can see that women's rights as consumers are not being upheld, and that these consumer protection frameworks are not gender equal. So to give some examples of women's experiences in the digital space, we have a lack of access to essential services. In Rwanda, 84% of women have access to mobile phones, but of those 84%, only 55% have access to mobile money. Women's economic interests are not protected in the same way as men. The pink tax, as we all know, is a gender-specific form of offering products, which is translated from traditional markets into the online space as well. So in e-commerce platforms, we see the same pink tax occurring there. In the US, we have personal care products for women costing 13% more money for women than men. Products are designed by default for men to contribute to unequal health outcomes as well. So we've seen this with VR headsets. They don't account for the eye width of women, and so women are experiencing cyber sickness as a result of this. We have product design, again, just ignoring women's needs, with the mobile phones being the size for men's hands instead of women's hands. It's more difficult to hold, to type. We have existing data contributing to gender discrimination. So any data that is used for AI algorithms are based on the reflections of society that we have at the minute, and that includes gender biases and discriminations. One common example is AI used for lending. There we have women are more disproportionately likely to be rejected for loans, especially black women as well. We have poor design allowing women to be sexually harassed online in spaces, VR, AR with the metaverse. This is a design fault. There is no form of consent. There's no consequence of what will happen to women. And then this is then further compounded with difficulties in redress. Women are a lot less likely to seek redress when their consumer needs have been infringed or disregarded. A lot of the times they won't seek redress unless they have the backing of a man in their household in a lot of countries. So we have all these harms that are absolutely gender issues, but they're compounded by consumer interests, and this is a framework that is meant to protect consumers worldwide, but we can see that the framework itself is not being respected for women, and so the framework is designed again for men, with men in mind. But thinking about how we can address these policies and develop them so that these challenges are mitigated at least. Gender equality in terms of access, inclusion, skills, and leadership can only be understood and addressed through internationally comparable gender disaggregated data. So there is an urgent need for this data in policy, product, and services design. Without this, policies can be misguided, gender biases can remain and be reinforced, and harm can occur. So even if we have gender intentionality in the design of these policies, products and services, without this data we have no evidence and real understanding of how women are experiencing these things in the marketplace and how they have such an impact on them. To be able to, develop further and make sure that we have gender equality in digital spaces, in analog spaces, just generally as consumers in the marketplace. And so thinking of practical steps to move forward as well, to work together in a multi-stakeholder approach. We can, of course, apply a gender lens to any work that we have and ensure that women are in design and development roles. But this doesn't offer a global change that we need. To be able to get the data that we're looking for, this gender disaggregated data, we need to conduct more research. This includes product testing, product comparisons, looking into research for policy, testing out redress mechanisms and seeing if women can go all the way through with them, whether they're stopped through the time constraints, the cost of this as well. And having this data, just knowing how women are experiencing this is going to help a little bit more than just having women in the spaces, so that we can, this is so that it's reflective of women everywhere and not just personal experiences shared in individual rooms. And this is something that consumer organizations can help with, especially, national consumer organizations do product testing, they do product comparisons, and a lot of them will share this on their websites. So this can be, we can plug consumer organizations into different spaces. But with that, we need bridges for organizations working in silos and making sure that we do have this multi-stakeholder approach. And this isn't just your traditional policy, business, consumer organization. We also need to link in marketing agencies or marketing authorities to make sure that messaging around products and services is also not gender biased. We can create public awareness campaigns to make sure that women are aware of their consumer rights. They can enforce them and they can try and live a more fair life in the marketplace if they're a little bit more aware of the consumer rights that they have. And then finally, it's just creating a little bit more visibility of the issues that there are and making sure that there's space for this influence of consumer issues, because consumer protection can be a means to an end of trying to get to gender equality, particularly with the links to economic interests that are in the UNGCP. This might be an easier way to gather interest and gain a little bit more influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly, for the intervention. It was really insightful, because you put into cross how some digital, how some economical rights can also affect some human or another human rights, and also how data, gender data is needed to actually improve the system in general, not only in the consumer aspect, but in all the system in general. So thank you very much for that. Now we going with Chilufia Mulenga. She's from Zambia. She's a certified gender equality chain maker who founded the ICT for Health Club. She has over 6 years of experience in the STEAM ICT sector, where she has advancing and development in innovation in local communities. And as I say, she's involved in the Internet Society Zambia chapter. Chilufia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Umit. I hope I'm audible enough. Am I audible enough?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll be touching a little bit on how youth and gender diversity groups groups are present currently on internet-related initiatives. So we have seen a prominent number of growth increasing in the youth and gender diversity groups, in increasing and actively participating in internet-related initiatives across various fields. And it's initially because of a lot of education and skill development that has been advocated for youths and young women in various industries. So we have prominent youth and young women, young girls, young men actively participating in internet-related fields because of the online platform that are advocating for gender-related courses and gender-related initiatives. So mostly these online platforms offer opportunities and also a chance for most of our youths and also various diverse groups to gain tech-related skills. And also there's been some prominent growth in STEM programs that are promoting a lot of science, technology, and a lot of engineering in all diverse groups, and which mostly aims to engage young learners, including girls and gender diverse individuals in these groups. There has been over the years an increase in a lot of social media activism that has helped most of the inclusive individuals and groups to use, like I said, learning platforms and social media platforms to raise awareness about various issues that promote inclusivity, and also mainly just advocate for social change nationwide and also global wide. And also these social media activism has promoted a lot of online groups that encourages a lot of online communities to provide a safe space for individuals and diverse group members from different backgrounds and different tech-related industries to connect and share experiences and just support each other. Also prominently, there's been a lot of events locally, nationally, and just globally, like the IGF that help to promote a lot of diversity and inclusive initiatives. Most of the events actually help to focus more on inclusion and encouraging participation from a lot of youths and a lot of groups, marginalized groups, I would say, and individuals, to give them a platform where they can be able to share various ideas and also engage with diversity, people from different backgrounds, from different countries. You share their challenges and also some innovative solutions that can help increase their advocacy and also their work to amplify our voices in interrelated issues. We do have a lot of open source and tech communities also to contribute that help engage a lot of youths and young women, and allows them to contribute to any tech related solution that may help them develop some of their local communities. And some of the initiatives go as far as collaborating with developers to develop a software application or even technology innovations that can help them just engaged with their local communities and find some of the tailored solutions that can help grow their local communities. And also it helps them have a voice so that they can be able to talk to their local governments and people that are making policies in their country. So with that, there has been a lot of youth-led organizations that advocate for internet policies that promote accessibility and digital rights and online safety. And this has helped a lot of people participate in discussions and also campaigns that help to shape the related policies. I'll give an example for Zambia. We do have members of parliament that invite us to sit down and discuss with them, and we're able to voice out our challenges and also provide solutions that may help to um, increase youth participation and also provide uh, tailored development in our local communities that mostly bend on youth. There have been initiatives like the CDF, that's the youth fund that helps fund youth-led organizations to come up with projects and initiatives that mostly help develop their local communities. It can be a small business, it can be a small learning platform, but all these initiatives have been they have increased participation in all gender diverse groups, more especially in marginalized groups, and also just as a way of introducing the digital environment to certain communities that don't have the internet or don't have access to actually participate on these online platforms. So the CDS has gone largely in the country, and it has helped a lot of youth engage to certain groups of people who are learned and some who are not learned to just kind of actually voice out what they need. These also they have helped provide tailored solutions because it's not everywhere where they have access to water. It's not everywhere where they have access to good health facilities. So the CDF fund has enabled a lot of youth-led or organizations to provide tailored solutions to these communities by empowering the communities to learn on what they can do instead of just waiting for the government to offer them money or to come and offer them a solution to the problems that they are currently facing. There's been also some gender advocacy groups that have been created that helps to promote a lot of gender diversity by actively engaging policy discussions and in advocating for inclusivity, equal opportunities, and also safety for gender individuals online and as well as offline. So a lot of online activism has led to some online petitions and also youth-led campaigns that allow the gender diverse active groups to use any online platforms to launch petitions and awareness campaigns addressing a lot of prominent issues that still affect us even in the 21st century in relations to gender, youth, and also women at a large scale. And mostly of these issues have been addressed due to the technology, and it has helped a lot of youth engage themselves in various topics that affect them in their society, like justice, climate change, and also gender equality, and so on and so on. So just in summary, the youth and gender diverse individuals are very much prominent participants, and they have leveraged a lot of online platforms to learn, create, and innovate, and as well as advocate for local change and also become policy change makers in their communities and also nationwide. And this contribution has played a very crucial role in shaping the digital landscape and also promoting inclusivity and diversity in the online world. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you, Chilufia, and for reminding us that the combination of advocacy with some grassroots work and technical or in general multi-stakeholderism can be benefit for getting more digital right for youth, women, and gender diverse people. Now we moving with our first speaker. She is Luisa Franco Machado. Luisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Umut. Well, good evening, Kyoto, morning, Berlin, and hello to everyone in between. I'm Luisa Franco Machado. I'm a Brazilian feminist social scientist. Last year, the UN appointed me as a young leader for the Sustainable Development Goals for my work in digital rights and data justice. And currently, I advise GIZ, the German Development Cooperation Agency, on the use of ICTs for development. However, today's thoughts are purely mine, not affiliated with any of these organizations. That's an important disclaimer. But now let's dive right in. And I would like to actually begin with the shadows. So the silent, unseen censorship that many of us face online. So have any of you ever heard of shadow banning? For those who haven't, this is a sneaky form of online censorship. You post something and suddenly it's like shouting into a void, you know, especially if you're discussing something as radical as women's rights or systemic issues, you know, or even if you have a perceived female body and show a little bit of skin, unless you're a big influencer, TikTok will take you deep into this uncharted caves of the internet. My post on TikTok, for example, when I try to talk about something slightly more political, they really vanish from my followers' feed. And sometimes shadow banning might seem like a tech glitch, but actually it's often a manifestation of deeper systemic issues, right? But the challenges, they don't stop there. The digital space can really be a minefield, especially for youth, women, and gender diverse people. So while it offers, you know, a platform for advocacy and change, as we've heard in previous speeches, the backlash, especially from misogynistic and alt-right groups, is real and it's intense, and they are super organized, and it sucks. But it's not just about facing threats, though. Sometimes oppression is much more subtle. You know, our personal data and our digital footprints, they are really constantly harvested by nearly every single institution out there, not just the tech giants. But does this data really contribute to public welfare, to understanding the needs of, let's say, gender diverse people or shaping policies? No. Countries know close to nothing about their LGBTQIA plus population. Instead, the data collected is used to reinforce oppressive structures and drive profits, all the stuff we already know, right? And then, of course, there's erasure. How many times have we encountered online forums asking gender, male or female? They're not just forms, right? They're a symbol of the binary, restrictive thinking that should have no place in our diverse world. The occasional other option, it's a slap in the face, right? A gross oversimplification of our complex identities. Okay, so now what's the way forward? First, let's take a step back, because I know most of us have the attention span of a goldfish. So if you spaced out, now it's time to come back. I mentioned at least 5 issues in the past 3 minutes: shadow banning, fear of persecution, organized hate, data exploitation, and erasure of marginalized groups. That being said, our call to action is clear. First, we need and we demand a digital realm that celebrates diverse expression. And that's not, you know, just kind of like a buzzword. We really need and want spaces that champion feminist discourse and critical thinking and not suppress them. Of course, this doesn't mean allowing harmful content, but rather distinguishing between genuine critique and hate speech. Second, we need smarter content moderation. Platforms must invest in and reinforce rigorous content moderation to protect marginalized voices and dismantle hate-driven narratives. I know this almost sounds like too much to ask, but it's really not. But we don't just need to hope for that to happen, right? Which takes me to my third recommendation. Responsible public intervention in the online space is not a choice anymore. Regulating digital spaces or the data that is at the backbone of these spaces is just necessary. You know, look at Europe's DSA and DMA. They are steps in the right direction, but they are just starting points, right? We need global yet localized efforts. So we really need to ensure that data collection of non-sensitive data, right, serves for what actually matters: understanding our community's needs and shaping policies tackling them. Last but not least, representation is non-negotiable. To every public institution or tech giant out there, if your team doesn't have queer, feminist, and diverse voices, you're doing it wrong. Stop sidelining us into the other box and start recognizing our worth. Institutions, they must not just include, but rather prioritize marginalized voices in decision making. To wrap up, let's dream of an internet where every voice matters. But let's not just dream, let's act. So find me online. All my contacts are here, but if you can't see it, just search for Luisa Franco Machado online. It's a huge step that we're making space for these conversations. So thank you so much for Umut and everyone organizing this session. So let's keep this conversation going and let's foster a digital world that truly includes and celebrates all of us. Cheers to that.
Thank you so much for that, Luisa. You touched a topic that is close to everything that I do. So yeah, thank you so much for it. Well, right now we're moving another online speaker. She is Daniela Cuspoca from Colombia. She is wait a minute. She's a lawyer with studying economics and public policy. She worked several years in the Sixth Commission of the Colombian Congress in charge of technology policies and regulation. Additionally, is part of the ISO Foundation as a volunteer, and she leads a project focuses on the gender digital divide through digital literacy programs. So Daniela, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Thanks to everyone. So today I'll be talking about the Colombian case. Especially, I will talk about the digital gender balance in the country. The challenge that Colombia has by developing a policy that faces the phenomenon. Since violence is the main human rights violation against women in the country, has become a problem of justice. So technically, digital violence is any painful action carried out with the support of information and communication technologies in terms of distribution, exhibition, commercialization of images, videos, intimate sexual content, without the consent of the person, which definitely causes psychological and emotional damage to the victim. In Colombia, we have a generic law devoting to preventive violence against women. However, we don't have any specific regulatory framework. We don't have a name that can maybe emphasize with legal enforcement about digital violence in the country. And since we don't have a name for that, we don't have data, and it still is not clear how's the way that government can act when this type of violence happens. So digital violence against women takes many shapes. It could be doxing, it could be non-consensual dissemination of intimate images, and so on. Now, Colombian authorities lack the necessary awareness to respond, and sometimes women victims tend to be re-victimized or even blamed for what happened. There is also a lack of interest to investigate these type of crimes. And at the end of the day, this legal gap makes it difficult to have reliable and comprehensive data to create better public policies. And at the same time, digital violence needs a particular response from the state, from the government, from the actors. And the protective measures we need to, in this type of cases, certainly are different. In the case of dissemination of intimate images, for example, we need to take into account the impact that has this phenomenon for the victim, to put the victim at the center, give them psychological attention, for example. In September 2022, the Colombian Constitutional Court studied the first case of women whose intimate photos were disclosed without consent by another woman on Facebook. This woman showed the photos to her colleagues, and it was clear that releasing the images was intended to humiliate her using the traditional idea of how a woman should behave. And the purpose obviously was to damage her reputation in the workplace. However, in this case, the Constitutional Court only focused on the protection of sensitive data. However, this year, fortunately, the Constitutional Court ruled in relation to online attacks that several women journalists have received with sexualized and misogynistic content. The court in this time is different and forces multiple state actors to act against this violence. So it asks all political parliaments and movements to create a code of ethics with guidelines to punish acts of violence or incitement to violence online, implement an acts rule for women victims of any type of violence. So as a consequence of this rule of the Constitutional Court, several initiatives have been presented in relation to the development of framework inside the Congress, but it is still pending of approval. Without a doubt, the state needs to recognize this digital phenomenon as a priority aspect to generate policies to support victims, but also to empower women online. Women need to know that they have a healthy and safe space to also defend their rights. And I appreciate the invitation to participate today, and I give the floor again to Umut so that I can give our way to next panelist. It was a pleasure to share the Colombian experience to all.
Thank you so much, Daniela. We both are in the Colombia right now. We are like 4 in the morning, so thank you for the time. So I'm sharing the experience in the case of Colombia. Now we moving to one of the speakers on site. He is Aiden Federline. I'm hoping that's your last name, right? He is a public interest
enough.
technologist and Landecker Democracy Fellow. We Human in Action in collaboration with Alfred Landecker Foundation. So the floor is yours, Aidan.
Thank you so much, Umar. I'm really pleased to be here. And the reason why I am on the stage today is because I wrote a report last year that was published by the National Democratic Institute that was exploring who is involved in making decisions within internet governance and internet coordination bodies. And we looked at the participation data over the past 20 years, and it was pretty clear that there was inadequate representation from women, from youth, from LGBT plus people. There were also other demographics that were missing too, and there were demographics that were given more influence than others. Law enforcement, intellectual property interests, for example. And so, of course, intersectionality plays into this. So what I wanted to really talk about was to build off of Louise's call to action at the end of her talk about let's act. What can we do about this? Part of the research that I did last year was speaking with leaders within internet governance institutions to understand how they perceive different stakeholders. How do they assess contributions that they receive? How do they act on the evidence that is presented before them? And something that I heard quite frequently was around that, aside from the fact that there are disputes over what adequate representation looks like, it's also really hard to explain what adequate representation constitutes, and is representation what we really want? Is it being on panels like this where, with full respect to everyone in the room, we don't actually have many decision makers in this room? We don't have the IGF leadership panel. We have a few empty seats. What does it actually mean to have representation? Do we want outcomes instead? What would be outcomes that we're happy with? And I would argue that effectiveness starts with how you conceptualize your work. And when I was interviewing different stakeholders last year for this project, something that came across very clearly to me when I spoke with civil society representatives who have very strong mission-driven goals that they're working towards that are very important is the lack of a theory of change. There is this idea that the problems are so huge that we must solve them because they're so urgent and pressing, and that is definitely true. But I do think civil society in general is not very good at being able to manage trade-offs, is not very good at being able to assess what is enough and what is not enough. And so to have a loud voice and to be able to give a good speech when you don't have a problem statement, it doesn't get you very far. When you can't, or you're not doing the stakeholder analysis, when you're not doing a power analysis, when you understand your own context, but you don't necessarily understand the context that others are working within, I fear that it can undermine what we're all working towards. And so I think that for traditionally excluded stakeholders who are, I would argue, by design being excluded from some of these institutions, you have to be able to tell your story from a place of power. You have to be able to be an example of not how horrible and unfair the world is, because you are, of course, a victim. You are intentionally being excluded. But you do have to also have agency, and it's very difficult to develop agency when you are perceived by other stakeholders as victims of something. And you may be a victim, again, you probably are, but if your advocacy comes from a place of victimhood, you just don't get sustainable results, or at least what I saw is you don't get sustainable results. You need to know how to set goals, how to prioritize, how to fight one battle at a time. And this is really difficult, particularly for advocates who are volunteering their time to focus on issues, who care about multiple things. It is so easy to be pulled this way, the other way. To be able to just really condense what you're focusing on to one or two issues and to follow them through, it's really difficult, but I think it's something that's really important for us to try to focus on. We are running out of time, so I'll leave my remarks there, but very happy to expand on any suggestions if you like about.
Thank you very much, Aiden, and thank you for sharing the call to action that is actually needed for all of us in this kind of processes. Now, to finalize this panel speaker, we have Vera Saken. She serves as USA Chief Digital Democracy and Rights Officers. She's situated in the Center of Democracy, Human Rights and Governance, and she leads the agency's agenda on digital democracy to ensure technologies advances democratic values and respect for human rights globally. Vera, the floor is yours, and thank you so much for actually being there at the hour, because I was so worried about it. I don't know, but I don't know if it's just me, but I cannot hear you.
How about now? Okay, perfect. So yeah, thank you so much for hosting this. I'm delighted to be here. I just actually literally just got off the flight from the United States, so I'm glad I was able to make this. And then also, you know, I represent the voice of government, but also the voice of the United States government. And I have some colleagues in the room as well that I would be remiss not to acknowledge, including my very dear friend and colleague, Kaylin Crockett, who represents the White House, who may and others, you know, may have a few things to say on this topic. So what I wanted to do is bring a U.S., not just the U.S. government, but the government perspective to this topic. You know, first thing is first. You know, for multi-stakeholderism, we know in the digital realm, multi-stakeholderism is everything, and it's from both in the global, in the normative settings, and also in convenings like this, but also at the local level in a lot of the countries where a lot of the countries are operating in. And multi-stakeholderism does require governments, civil society, and yes, private sector, like really private sector at the table, and not just the big tech, but emerging tech. So on the government side, the United States has been doing quite a bit, along with a number of other countries, 11 countries to be exact, The Biden-Harris administration announced recently, not too long ago, the Global Partnership for Action on Gender-Based Online Harassment and Abuse. And it really is in concert with 11 other nations. It really also has a multi-stakeholder advisory group composed of survivors, civil society, activists, private sector, and others. And the reason is because we in the United States are extremely committed to investing in preventing tech-facilitated gender-based violence and also related gendered disinformation and all of the ills that are happening to women, girls, gender diverse LGBTQ plus people. And so I do want to tell you a little bit about a couple of goals of the partnership. And again, I'd be delighted for Kaylin and others to highlight as well. But I do want to kind of highlight a few goals in what the U.S. Agency for International Development, which is the United States Foreign Assistance Arm, is doing. And some of it, quite frankly, I've actually been able to see it myself through a lot of the work and a lot of the places I've been to already in my current role. So the first is, there's three big goals that I want to just cover real quickly. One is to close the gender divide, the gender digital divide, by promoting online safety, accountability, and meaningful connectivity. That's foremost. We see fundamentally access and connectivity are everything. I can tell you from the USAID, we have been investing in this space quite significantly in a number of countries. One with the Reliance Foundations, we announced actually 7 winners of Women Connect Challenge in India is one example, but we're doing this in different parts of the world in a number of countries that we operate in. The second is really promoting meaningful participation, and meaningful participation for women and girls and LGBTQ plus in gender diverse population. Did I lose you guys? Okay, good. By countering tech-facilitated gender-based violence and gender disinformation. I cannot begin to tell you how important this piece is. When women are at the table, that's when meaningful change happens. We have seen it again and again. There's data, there's research on this, and this involves not only making sure that we are investing in women and girls and LGBTQ plus communities to ensure in all sectors of a society, including in political life and in civil society, but also, I think you mentioned also in the tech sector as well, how critical this is. And here's why, and I can even speak a little bit on the tech sector, having come from the tech sector into the role that I'm currently in. Because when women and girls, when women are at the table, this is when we're talking about to ensure that human rights assessments are part of the product features. It is also making sure that we are in the room when meaningful decisions and change happen at all facets of society, but also most especially in the technology sector where a lot of the, if you will, decisions are being made. And by the way, when I talk about tech, I'm not just talking about the big tech, but I'm also talking about emerging technologies as well. Because again, having that cultural knowledge, having that gender, if you will, or LGBTQ plus knowledge, and the contextual knowledge on how these products need to be designed is just so important. One of the things I can tell you at USAID, one of the things we announced at the last Summit for Democracy is the Transform Initiative, where we're actually trying to bring and really increase that participation in the civic life for women and girls. And we're actually doing a number of pilots in the coming year, most especially in Guatemala, Georgia, and Kenya. But I will tell you on this one, I actually was able to see this myself. In May of this year, I was in the Middle East and North Africa. And this is where I saw, first and foremost, where women have been especially victims of tech-facilitated gender-based violence, as well as gender disinformation and online hate and harassment online. So much so that they could not actually go back to where they were from. They were completely shunned. And also when we talk about shadow banning, that's also shadow banning. But in that, I also saw glimmers of hope. And glimmers of hope were, for example, when I was in Jordan, I met a number of a number of technologists who are developing digital apps and products that ensure that women are safe online. And one of them is called Amanha, and it's actually really just truly is designed to promote digital security and digital safety for women. So it's just, again, giving you one example. And the last but not least, I think this goes without saying, but I just think this is so important. We need to make sure that youth are at the table. Youth are the next generation, and as we're here sitting talking in person and then virtually around these issues, we need to make sure that youth, the investment in youth on these issues is paramount, and it's really critical. It is critical in all, again, facets of society, whether we're talking about to ensure that we inspire them to, take positions in the public life and civil society, in the private sector, other forms of private sector, as well as technology sectors. And of course, we're making investments as well. But again, the last thing I'll say, and I know we're short on time, and Kaylin, I don't know if you want to add anything to this, is this. No government can do this alone. Even though I'm here representing the government perspective here in the US government, no government can do this alone. No civil society actor can do this alone, or private sector entity. That is why it is so critical, and I firmly believe in the multi-stakeholder, not just convenings, but ensuring that we have multi-stakeholder solutions to this problem. That I actually think is the beauty in the of the global partnership, why I think it's really great. But also, again, as part of the solutions building, it's just so important that we take these big ideas, everything that's happening at the global level, all of these amazing convenings that we're having this week and in so many other forums, and translate them to action at the local level, because multi-stakeholderism needs to be built at the country level and as well at the subnational level. And then when you marry the two, from global to local, then I think we can not gonna start, but can continue to start making and seeing meaningful progress. I'll stop there.
Well, as we are running out of time, we don't going to have like time to actually hear from the people on the floor about the topic. So I will really thank you to all of you for reminding us first, like the importance of having grassroots movement working in different aspects of the digital rights, how economical rights are related with other human rights, and how it's important to get data on gender data to improve the quality of life, not only of women, but also gender diverse people. How multi-stakeholderism is essential in all the processes that we want to address, and all the changes that we want to. Also, how the own agency or individuals that are women, gender diverse people, or are part of the homogenized or underrepresented population is important in this factor. And finally, how policies are necessary also in all these processes, and how representation should be meaningful, and we had always call to actions in order to get the changes that we need, and having always, as said before, the multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you very much for your interventions and for your time. And yes, if you want to reach any of the panelists, you can find the information on most of them in the session page. And also you can reach me as Umu Pajaro. I will share some information about them if you authorize me. And also you can follow the gender standing group, and I will share with you anything that you wanted to know. Thank you very much, and that's all for now.